Okay, I clicked the button. Let's see. I'm trying to multi-stream for the first time, so I'm gonna guess something's gonna go wrong. Oh! Okay, maybe nothing's gonna go wrong. It looks like I'm live on YouTube. Hold up, let me hit him with a test 3. Okay, I think we're still good. Okay, so YouTube works. I have like a multi-stream chat that does not appear to be working. But that's okay. I will just pop out the YouTube chat. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah. Okay, sorry, I was probably really quiet there. It looks like we're live on both. I see people talking in Twitch chat. I tried to... So I fired up like the Stream Elements thing for the first time, and it was like, oh, you want a multi-stream? And I was like, it looks pretty easy, I'll give it a shot. So it looks like it mostly works. My chats aren't integrating. It looks like we only have Twitch chat in the box. So, sorry, YouTube chat, you are up. I can read you. But you're not going to show up on stream. Looks like that only works for Twitch right now. So I'll fix that at some point. But I think this will work for now. Oh, I'm on. Hang on. We have new tech. Oh, hang on, I gotta turn the camera on. Okay, so since last stream, I acquired a microscope that I've never actually used before. This is our first go with it. So I can swap between microscope and my normal cam, which should be helpful because I tend to like put my head into the camera every time I'm doing any sort of little soldering. So hopefully the microscope will prevent that and, you know, fix my posture and whatnot. You'll also notice this disaster of wires because we have camera, microscope, and mic. So we are not short on tech today. Also let me know if anything's weird, audio or something else related. This is my first time streaming since I moved like a year ago. So I think everything is set up and working, but let me know if something's off. Let's see. Is the YouTube stream working? I'm just realizing I haven't seen a chat in there for a minute. On my preview, I've got like a preview on YouTube and that was running. No YouTube stream. That's strange. See, because I have like my YouTube studio open and I've got... Like, I'm seeing my stream on here. Do I have to click go live? Oh. Hang on. Okay. Okay, now I should be live on YouTube. Hang on. Okay, let's see. Is the YouTube chat gonna say something? Okay. I looked at my YouTube, like, overlay thing, and on that there was a big button that said go live. So apparently I had to set up Stream Elements, go live on Stream Elements, and then go live on YouTube. Okay, I'm live now. Okay, okay. You know what? The big button, I can hit the big button. I'm glad they made that easy for me. Okay, now we're live on YouTube. Okay, okay. YouTube, you didn't miss anything. I was showing off this mess. Let me know if anything's weird on the YouTube side. In theory, all the overlays should be exactly the same. It should just be the same stream on Twitch and YouTube. If you're on YouTube, your chats aren't going to show up in the chat below because my multi-chat isn't working, but I can read your messages. So I think the audio is a bit quiet, just me. It probably is a bit quiet. My audio stuff is always a bit quiet, so I'm sorry, you're going to have to crank the volume a bit. Hopefully the ads don't blow your ears out. At some point, actually let me check my mic. Let me make sure it isn't turned down in here. the balance between music and voice should be fine. But yeah, I know I am a little bit quiet. I apologize for that. The mic I've got is meant for like podcasting, so you get really close to it and you talk normally. But that's not a great mic when you're soldering stuff. So that's my bad. I think showing YouTube chat on Twitch is against TOS, but if you don't mention it, you're good. Yes, you're right. It is. Because Twitch allows multi-streaming now, but you can't have both chats on stream. I mean, I think I'm a small enough creator. I don't think they're going to shoot me in the head. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. At some point, I'll get that set up, because I think having both on would just be better. But probably like 10 to 15 seconds of delay on YouTube. Yeah, I think YouTube streaming has a little more delay. I've also got, there are buttons I can press to lower the delay, at least when I was configuring it. I just left it on normal for now, because my internet is good, but I don't have super high bandwidth. I have fiber, but I live alone, so I'm just on 100 up, 100 down, because I don't actually need anything more than that. So if you have both on stream, they gotta be separate. Oh! Okay, that is silly, but that's good to know. It's better louder when you're closer. Yeah, I'll be pretty close for most of this. But hello to everyone. Thanks for tuning in. So the project for today is the Tad Boy. So this is a Game Boy Color that is very, very small. So it uses the original CPU and RAM from a Game Boy Color. So it's not emulation. But all the power circuitry, the audio stuff, everything else is custom circuits. So it's made by Lego My Frago. It's a project he posted, I think, about a year ago. And I'd seen bits and pieces of it, but I'm not really a Game Boy guy, so I didn't care all too much. But then at MGC this year, he came as well. And he was like 2 seats down from me. So I was right next to all his stuff. And so I got to handle his Tad Boy Color quite a bit. And I really liked it. So I took the time, got all the pieces together to make one. So we're going to assemble it today. I'm not the first person to do like a live stream or a YouTube video of the full assembly process. There are other people who have done it, and their streams were like 90 minutes, which I think is impressive because I don't think there's any chance for doing this in under a couple, or like probably 3 hours. But what I did do is I went through the BOM and I took out every single component from the little reels and put them in a coordinated slot, and I've got a list right here. So in theory, it should go pretty quick, the actual, or else it would have been hours of me taking out baggies, ripping out resistors. That would have been real slow. So no, this isn't a new Tad Boy. This is the same one that Lego My Frago published whenever he published. But so what's a Tad Boy? I think I just explained it. I don't remember when that message came through, but it is this. So prior to the stream, I went ahead and I harvested the components out from the Game Boy Color. I just used a hot plate and a hot air gun. Wasn't anything too crazy. This hot plate is new-ish to me. It's got some grime on it that I don't know how to clean off. But so we're going to be using this quite a bit. We're also going to be using solder paste, which this is very old solder paste. It's probably like 2-ish years old at this point. I don't think it's meant to last that long. And I was noticing it was not sticking very well. So we may end up doing more hand soldering than I would have liked. But I've heard there are other iterations of it. They look cool. There's the Frog Boy. It's also possible people have tweaked the design. But this is just the original one. MHP 50, I mean, I don't really have any other benchmark to compare it to. But it works really well. Like, I put boards on it, and the boards heat up, and then they flow really nicely. So I like having it. It's definitely worth the money. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else we need to preamble. Oh, I should say, so this case is metal. It is anodized aluminum. So PCBWay did give me this case for free. I'll be transparent about that. So this is their anodized green color. It looks really nice. It feels really nice. Very happy with it. So know that I'll mention them a couple times, but genuinely like it a lot. There's a reason I keep getting cases from them. This is my first time getting one of their CNC cases. So, but it's pretty impressive looking. I think the lights kind of add in a lot of glare. But the plan is green shell, pink buttons. Pretty standard frog setup. But I've been considering it, but I have that cheapo $20 hot plate that's also a similar size. Yeah, I mean, I haven't used that, so I can't really compare, but it's probably close enough. Reminding me of a cool Pico 8 related project. It's from some students in Canada called PEX Console. Dedicated Pico 8 console with physical cartridge support. Huh. I'm not super familiar with Pico 8, but that sounds interesting. Okay, so the deal with the Frog Boy is I don't have a stencil. So oftentimes with something like this, you'll just put a stencil over it. You'll smear paste over everything. You'll put every component on at once, then use your hot plate. I don't have a stencil, so I'm going to follow Froggo's kind of assembly guide. So that's the image like directly below me. So you start with the power circuitry, you test your power circuitry, and then you move on to each different part and you test as you go. And that seems like a nicer way to do it, because it's not often I do a whole lot of fine soldering like this. So we are going to do that. So yeah, I think we should just get started. Let me swap. There we go. So this is microscope view. I think things are going to be a little janky when I swap cams, but it should work. Okay, actually, power circuitry isn't first. I think he recommends putting most of the buttons on, except for the A button. We save the A button for later. Thank you, Trippero? It's been too long. I'm not good at reading people's usernames anymore. Alright, so... Oh, wait, no, I can't. I forget. So the hot plate, unfortunately, I was messing with the microscope earlier today, and I cannot... Like, this is the exact right distance for things not to be horribly out of focus. If I move it up or down at all, like, it just totally loses it. So I gotta make sure I don't bump the microscope, or else I'm gonna have to set that up again. Okay, so I've got this syringe with paste in it. And we're gonna see if I can make this work. Yes, this is what I was noticing earlier. This paste is very old. And I keep it in the fridge, which is supposed to help. But I'm not sure it's helped enough. Like, it just doesn't adhere to anything but itself. Yeah, this is... So that is not what you want to see. I mean, it's been a while since I used solder paste, but in my memory, you would kind of put it on something and it would stay there. So this stuff might just be too old. Decent frame rate and quality on that microscope. Which one is it? It was an AliExpress special. I think I paid $100-ish for it. It came with the light and like all the peripherals for it. I haven't used it because I got it after the PlayStation was finished. And I've done almost no soldering since that video. Okay, wait, maybe I can make this work. My syringe setup also isn't good. This is like a cheapo syringe. One of the ones I usually use for resin casting. And I think my paste may not be meant for the syringe either. See, I can kind of get it to smear. This might work for this, but this is not going to fly for the finer components, probably. But we'll give it a go. Get some tweezers to help, maybe? I don't know if tweezers would help. I think it would just stick to the tweezers. I also don't want to gum up my tweezers too much, but I can grab like a cheap pair. Let's see. Where I have like some crummy tweezers on hand for when I don't want to use my nice ones. But now I gotta figure out. Nope, not you. Here we go. Let's see. Like, I can't even wipe off onto the tweezers either. Okay. Also, I apologize if there's a fan going in the background. I've got an AC unit in the window. And I will die if I do not have that today. So, see, sometimes it pops off just fine. Most of the time it doesn't, but... Oh, hang on. Okay. So since last stream, I also moved all my music, my stream music, over like directly onto my PC because I was tired of songs getting deleted on YouTube. I thought I removed all of the Square Enix music because that was getting like every single VOD copyright struck. But apparently I missed a couple, so if it ever starts playing, I'm gonna have to spin around and skip it. So I am at a new setup for my last stream. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm figuring this out. I moved from Utah back to Oregon. And so I'm in a new space, which is really nice. I like it a lot. My one gripe with it is that there's no ceiling light in this room. So my lighting is a bit worse than it used to be. Hang on, I gotta shift. Okay, I think this might be way too much solder paste. But we can always clean it up later. But in the move, I also damaged either my mic or my... What's it called? It's not an amplifier. It's the box that my mic plugs into that then interfaces with the PC. I damaged one of those. And so occasionally, it sounds like I'm getting tased really, really badly. So if I start getting tased, let me know. It tends to happen when I move stuff around. And I did move stuff around for the stream. So, shoutouts from St. George. I was up in Logan. I was attending Utah State. So I never got down to St. George, but... Okay, wait. Now we're going to flip. There we go. Okay, so this is the hot plate. Okay, the light from the microscope is going to make this look a little gnarly, but oh, it doesn't look too bad. Okay, so we are going to put the tack switches into place. I assume like this. Oh yeah, this is way too much solder paste. I know your cool Uncle Marissa also made a Tad Boy with bad old solder paste. Maybe it's a secret ingredient. I did see her video. I think she was like the 90-minute stream. Regardless, really cool to think I could have looked at you at some point. Look up to you as I start getting into Mahdi. Oh, I appreciate that. I did not get out of Logan much, because unfortunately Logan is like 2 hours away from where things tend to happen in Utah. But that's alright. Okay. Like this? I think so. Okay. Okay. So now we're gonna plug this in. So the hot plate is a plate that gets hot. It's high-tech stuff. So we're gonna sit here for a minute and let that heat up. Would flux help in this case? Flux will help us when we're like cleaning things up. I don't really know that flux would help the solder paste like go onto the board better. I was getting better at it towards the end. You have to like put out just a little bit and then scrape. This is my first time using a syringe for the solder paste, because I saw Froggo doing it in his video. I was like, oh, that seems smart. I'll give that a try. Because typically my method was taking a toothpick and kind of smudging it around, which, not the best, but... Do you have any college degree? If so, in what? I graduated with a marketing degree. As far as, like, degrees related to any of this, no, this is all just stuff I learned on my own or from the BitBuilt forums. If you want to make, like, cool projects, it's not really a school-related thing. Like, if you, like, master intellectual engineering and you learn a lot from that, you can make, like, really cool things beyond what I do. Like, there are people like Yvettle Griffin and Loop J who have, like, real-world experience, and, like, their knowledge in coding and, like, dedicated hardware stuff really helps out. But it's but that's, like, when you get to the really hard stuff. If you just want to build portables or fun little Game Boys like this, a degree in electrical engineering is not going to make the difference. Liquid flux can help reactivate old paste, but you have to thoroughly mix it. Much easier to do in a jar, not in a syringe. Gotcha. That's good to know. I think the only liquid flux I have is some old, like, fake Kester 971. So there's a chance it would just make things worse. But that's good to know. Because I've been using this Chip Quick. This has been my go-to flux for a while. And I like it a lot. It definitely works better than my questionably legitimate Kester 951. Okay, we're smoking up a storm. Don't touch the board with my hands. Just kind of tap everything. Yeah, so we have way too much solder on most of these. So we will clean that up. Okay. Now I need to put this somewhere where I won't nudge it. Okay. No fume extractor. I have a fume extractor right here, but it's really loud, and so I don't use it when I'm streaming. So I will just do the hold my breath tactic, which is okay to do sometimes. Okay, let me... Hang on one sec. I gotta go wet my solder sponge. You entertain the people. Okay. Sponge has been wet. Poor lungs and poor camera lens. Yeah, I do worry about how it affects the camera lens. This camera lens already has a couple spots on it, but it's had those forever. I just need to get like a lens cleaning kit and clean that properly. Can you give me tips on how I can turn a bootleg NES console into a retro console, but it's not shaped as a Game Boy though? I mean, it's kind of a vague project. I mean, ultimately, I guess I would start, if you want to turn it into your own, like, shape, you probably want to learn 3D modeling, which Fusion 360 is it's a good, relatively easy to learn program. That's what most people use. I do also smoke a pack a day. That's true. I love my Marlboro Reds. Hey there, that Matt85. It has been a while. I haven't streamed... I think, well, the last thing in my OBS, I had to change the text. And the last thing it said it was the Iran stream, which was definitely over a year ago. That would have been like January or February of last year. But yeah, that was the last stream. It's been a minute. Okay, let's see. Is this... Okay, I can touch this now. Okay, do I want to clean things up now or later? We'll do a little cleanup now. You know, in hindsight, it might have just been easier to solder these by hand, but that's okay. So with solder wick, you'll often use flux to help out. I'm not going to use flux here because I don't actually want to wick up every single bit of solder. Actually, I should start with just the iron. See if I can get things to just kind of blob up onto the iron. Oh yeah, there we go. I've been wanting to try and make a portable GameCube, and watching you made me want to try. Portables are a lot of fun. I will say, you may want to do a portable Wii and not a portable GameCube, but you can make it themed like the GameCube, don't worry. Nobody will know. There's a guy named Red Herring who's been working on like an actual, like a GameCube portable that's actually a GameCube. And so he's making one, but still wouldn't recommend it if it's your first portable. But I get it. The boot screen's cool. Okay. Hopefully this isn't pulling off too much paste. I don't think it is. Oh, that's a bad splotch. Okay. Alright, I'll have to clean up the extension port at some point. We'll do that later. My all-time favorite portable is the GameCube and the Atari Lynx. Is that the one? I think Stitches was doing that at some point. I don't remember if he finished it. Or you might be thinking of like a project from like 2013. I definitely know I've seen a GameCube and an Atari. Was that Mad Morta? I don't know. There's been too many projects like that. But I know a few people have done it. That is a cool one. Okay, I think we're going to switch. Yeah, we're going to switch back to microscope. Hit my button. Okay. So, now we're going to reference... Now we're going to reference the images below me. So this corner right here is the bottom left picture. It's crazy old? No, it's not Mad Morta? Okay, yeah, so it is an old one. Last question I'm going to ask. I've been getting so confused looking around the bit before. I'm just trying to find if it's a specific one or not. Sorry, I might have... Where'd my mouse go? GC in a Link show, it was Akira in 2015. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is an old one. I see a lot about voltage regulators for the Ishida builds. Is there a specific PTH? So for the Ishida, you'll want to use the PMS. PMS Lite or the PMS2. I know it's expensive. It is worth the money. If you're international, I know that it really sucks. But you probably could use PTH regs as long as it's the 08080. The letters at the end just indicate like what kind of legs it has attached to it, but that doesn't matter if you're hand soldering them. Any of the variants will work. What's your experience been with the Pine Sill? I don't actually have a Pine Sill. I've never used it. I know some people had them at MGC. I've heard nothing but good things, so I assume it is pretty great. Are you going to explain what you're doing in detail? As far as I know, you use the magic wand to clean up. I'll try to explain. If you're ever confused, just let me know. What I was doing there was I was just taking my soldering iron. It's set to like 350. And I was just touching all the blobs that had too much. And the excess solder all came up pretty nicely. So, okay. So this is where I worry a bit. Because this is just kind of taking a shotgun to the board here. So when I'm using this, again, this is solder paste, but this is really old solder paste. Like this is, I can't see anything anymore. Okay, I have a plan. So the issue here is that I need to place my components into place, but I can't see the pads anymore because my solder paste is a mess. So what we're gonna do, unfortunately this is not gonna work for the microscope, we are just gonna go ahead and punch it full of heat. Oh, it's... Ah. Okay, hang on. I gotta clean up that solder I said I would clean up later. I'm gonna do that now, because my board doesn't sit flat with it here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to heat it up, and then I'm just going to try and quickly place components where they're supposed to go. Which I got a hunch it's not going to work too well, but we'll go for it. You'd probably just be better doing it up by hand. Yeah, that might be the case. My only concern is that it's a lot of 0402, and that's pretty tough. But... Oh, I forgot about Yvettal's Reggie Regs. What projects would you recommend for a first-time modder? That's a tricky question. Because modding is very vague. I'd say definitely do a project you actually want to do. If you need practice on something like soldering, I would buy soldering kits and do those. I wouldn't do like a lame project that isn't very hard before a cool project. But admittedly, it is tough to get, like this would be a terrible first time project. This is really fine soldering, really tough to pull off. But yeah, my first project was a portable Wii, and it went really badly. I didn't really get anything working in the end. I had it was the Waluigi, and it always almost worked, but it never actually worked. Hang on. See if I can get the camera to focus at least a little bit better. And so I learned a lot. I didn't end up with a working product on my first build. But from there, I got a lot better. And then my next project was The Waker of the Weaned. And that ended up being a working portable that I could actually play. So... yeah, okay. We're gonna be doing hand soldering, it looks like. That's a bummer. I should have ordered new soldering paste. Might be able to use the heat plate for a couple things, but with how messy it is. Okay, well, microscope's going to be working overtime today. Fusion 360 isn't free anymore? It might not be. I know Autodesk loves to screw up their products, so I'm not too surprised. SketchUp isn't typically recommended. It's meant more so for general modeling, for super specific and complex stuff, like a case for a project. It's not really what it's best at. If it's what you know, then you can start there. but I wouldn't learn SketchUp. Even hand soldering 0402s ain't bad. You can always do a reflow pass, straighten everything out. That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and wick up most of this. So the hot plate is nice because you can do chunks of the board at a time. In theory, you just spread your paste and then you put it on the hot plate and it all flows together really nicely. But that theory is tested a bit when your solder paste is not in good shape. Like this is a 0402 resistor pad right here, and that's just a giant blob of paste. So that is not going to do much for us. Okay. I have done a USB-C mod for my PSP 3000. That's good. Is the PSP 3000, is that the one that slides around really cool? Okay, well now I got flux residue anywhere. I can't see what's going on. So the microscope is nice. The tough part is I'm looking at it through my OBS window, so it's still pretty small for me. I did have it wired to this monitor back here when I was testing it, but I don't have an HDMI splitter, so I can redirect it in 2 dimensions. I currently just have a Y, so I can swap what's going to the capture card, but that's it. Would you ever attempt to build a Nintendo Kawaii? I missed that message. That's a maybe. The project is really cool. Definitely, if whenever the group buy for that happens, I will absolutely be buying one of the cases for it. Because the case is, I got to handle it at MGC. It was very cool. I don't know for sure whether I'd ever actually put it together, because all the stuff for that is pretty involved. Okay. It's a cool project, but it would be a lot of time and effort to actually pull it off. Although I believe Yvettel is selling, like, I think the Thunderbolt. Oh, hang on, I'm not in frame at all here. I think the Thunderbolt is the most complicated piece of it, potentially. And I did buy one of those from Yvettel. So maybe it wouldn't be too bad, but... Alright. So these resistors are called 0402 resistors, which means they are very small. In most of my projects... Now, that being said, I'm typically not building teeny tiny devices, or at least I don't need teeny tiny boards for most of my projects. So I use 0603. Which doesn't sound much bigger, but it's quite a bit easier to solder. Okay, hang on, I gotta clean this up. But obviously Froggo couldn't do that here because there are some parts of the board that are so densely populated you need the smaller components. So 0402s are understandable here. Yes, they are. I think ant. That's probably a. Yeah, they're. I would say they are ant-sized. So yeah, that's what most of the components on this board are sized like. Okay. Okay, that is 1 resistor down. Okay, so now I need resistor 12, which is in slot 2. So I'm not going to be calling out like the value of every component I've got. If you want to build your own Tadboy, definitely reference Frogboy's GitHub. He's got a BOM. He's got the pictures down there. What I did before the stream was I lined up every component into a little slot. So that should make things go at least a little faster. But okay. It is so hard for me to see if I've done it correctly at all. Okay. Next is resistor 22. That's in slot 3. So the one thing that will kill the build, and I'll have to end the stream, is if I lose an IC. So there are a lot of like little chips. If I lose a resistor or capacitor, that's no big deal. I've got extras. But there are some very small like thinking components. And I do not have extras of those. And yesterday I had one go flying. And I found it, thankfully. But if one goes flying and I can't find it, then we're kind of dead in the water, unfortunately. If something also goes up in magic smoke, that'll also be the end of the stream. The slidey PSP is the go. Ah, okay, okay. R5 might need more on one side. Yeah, I think you're right. The top side was looking a little iffy. Oh, did I lift it? Yeah, I lifted it. Okay, you know what? We'll realign that with the hot plate. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should tin all the pads, hand solder, and then try and use the hot plate to wrangle things actually into their final position. I'm just not sure how long is okay for a board like this to sit on the hot plate, because I don't want to cook any of the components. Probably not likely to happen unless it's there for several minutes, but... Oh, this is... Okay. Apparently I got rid of none of the Final Fantasy VII music. Man, I hate magic smoke. Yeah, it's never a good thing to see. Oh, my bad. I'm not in the camera view at all. So I was hopeful the microscope would help me fix my bad habits. But I love to look at the board directly, man. Okay. So I think... Oh, there's a capacitor too. Okay, C16. That's in slot 4? Ah. Okay. That's kind of the issue with digital microscopes. It's hard to train your brain to look at a screen while your hands do something else. I also, like, navigating, like, I have no clue, like, where my soldering iron is right now. Like, am I an inch above the board? Am I touching the board? I think that's my main gripe with it. Like, I don't have any, like, gauge on how close I am. Optical microscopes are a lot better. That makes sense. I know optical microscopes get pretty pricey. But at the very least, the microscope is good for stream. Or for when I'm recording for videos. Because I've gone back to, like, watch parts of my stream to see, like, okay, how good was the stream? And, like, half the time I'll be doing something totally invisible. You can't see it at all. So the goal is that this should at least give some better sense of what I'm doing. Okay. So this is all the power circuitry for one half of the board. So we're going to bring the hot plate back out. Hit the button. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and just nudge everything that's slightly out of whack into place. Also, I apologize for the shaky cameras. My desk is not very stable, but wouldn't it help if you had the microscope screen closer to your workspace? It would help a bit. I think it's just the only seeing 2 axes instead of 3, like I do when I'm looking at it at an angle. That's really messing me up, but do you prefer to pre-tin your wires or nah? I normally just say nah myself. I do typically tin my wires. I also use stranded wire, and so, like, when I'm working with it, when it's all the different strands, I would get really annoyed if I was trying to solder to something. I like to bunch those all up in my tinning before actually soldering. But what if 3D glasses? You know what? Maybe the Nintendo 3DS will have a use. Okay. We should get up to heat here soon. That hot plate sure is hot. Yep. It goes... I'm not sure what the max heat on this one is. Typically, like, 220 is plenty. At least for the paste. For my hand solder, I may need to crank it a bit. But we'll give it a minute, see what it does. I just used my phone camera zoomed in to check if I did a joint right. Yeah, I've done that before too. But yeah, I don't... If I didn't make content, I don't think the digital microscope would be all too useful. It is good for, like, checking joints though. I can see that. But yeah, at least for how I operate. Ah. Oh, go back on the board, please. I was poking the resistor in it. Locked onto my tweezers. Okay, I think that looks good. We've got a bit of a solder blob on one of the legs of the IC. But that should be fine. That's not going to short anything out. Okay, hot plate off. Navigate it back without burning myself. Okay. So now we're going to do... Oh, I should let this cool for a minute. I don't want things falling off when I flip it over. That would be funny, using a 3DS for microscope, Switch Joy-Con for wrist pads, and a Virtual Boy for emotional support. I don't know if anything good's going to come out of that, but it would be something. I don't know what I was expecting, but hundreds of degrees Celsius would not have been my guess. I mean, the soldering iron, typically, I run it at like 350, 375 Celsius. So yeah, things have to get quite hot to melt metal. Sometimes I strip extra stranded wire just to twist it pretty good, then cut back how much exposed copper I have. That makes sense. I typically just try to barely strip off any and then tin that. That's my strat. But I can see how twisting it would be helpful sometimes. Virtual Boy is still my favorite console. I don't think I've ever actually used one. Unless you count Shank's, oh, what was that project he did called? I don't remember what it was called, but his handheld Virtual Boy. I have played on that, so, you know, probably not too many people out there who played on a handheld Virtual Boy, but not a real one. That was so important, Kutcho, you had to jump into both chats? I gotta relearn how to solder at some point. I want to mod a fight stick at some point. Fight sticks are always interesting. I'm not a personal player of fighting games. I enjoy watching them, but it's a lot to learn. One of my friends got Street Fighter 6, and since we're in the same Steam family, I was like, oh, I'll give it a try. And I played it for like an hour, and I was like, man, this is a lot. So, I wouldn't rule fighting games out for my future forever, but... Okay. So now, how am I going to do this? Because... this is probably soldering-wise the toughest part of the build. Because we've got some little... QFN ICs. And those are not my favorite to solder because I'm always so worried that like my ground plane is going to have too much solder on it and it's going to short out other things. And this is like the power circuitry. So I don't want to mod, I don't want to do a battery voltage to ground mod. We would prefer to avoid that. And when you use a stencil with solder paste, that like applies a very even amount over everything, so you can be reasonably confident you're not going to have bad shorts. But I'm a casual enjoyer of many games, but I am fairly spiteful. Froggo, the Overwatch 2 player? I think this is a different Froggo. This is Lego my Froggo. I think he just does Game Boy mods. I don't know that he's an Overwatch player. There was a Virtual kiosk at MGC last year. That's good to know. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put flux over everything. And then I'm going to tin everything. And then we're going to just try and put components into place and hope things just kind of melt out nice and smoothly. That's the plan. Okay, unfortunately, the tacky flux is nice. I had a little cap for the end of it so that it didn't get all messy. But I lost that cap. I don't know where it went. So there's just like cat hair sticking to the end of my nozzle. Because cat hair gets everywhere. Oh, and okay. I forget that you can't use a tissue or a paper towel to wipe things off because then the napkin just falls apart. Okay. So this is flux. It's magic soldering juice. It just kind of helps solder flow to where it's supposed to go. And I am probably being a little heavy-handed with it, but that's okay. Okay. Did you get a Switch 2 yet? I have not gotten a Switch 2 yet. I'll get one eventually, for sure. But I don't really need a $500 Mario Kart machine right now. I'm sure at some point there'll be a game where I'm like, ooh, I really want to play that. But for now, I'll hold off. But yeah, I don't blame you for waiting for a special edition Switch. 'Cause you're probably only going to want to buy one. Okay. Now, the more flux you use, the more magic smoke you get. And admittedly, flux is one of the more toxic components in solder. That's one of the reasons you're not supposed to breathe it in. Okay. The flux keeps it from trying to stick to the board? No. Typically solder won't stick to like the green part of a circuit board because it wants to stick to metal way more than the masking on the board. But flux helps things like flow to pins easier. So I guess in a way it does help keep it off the board. But I don't think that's its main function. Okay. Now I'm gonna go through... Oh, I keep moving the board without thinking. I was working on some old corroded GBAs, was having trouble getting the solder to stick to the metal. Flux would probably help. But yeah, I'm not sure what that could be. I put Android on my Switch. I do have a modded Switch, but I just let it run backups of games and whatnot. PS Vita might be the biggest comeback handheld. Terrible launch. Great today, though. It does seem cool. I've never had a Vita. I had a coworker once, back when I worked at a grocery store in high school. And he was always playing Binding of Isaac on his Vita. But, I mean, I really like the PSP. Like, I got a PSP a few years ago for the first time. And it's one of those devices where I'm like, wow, this is from like 2002? That's kind of crazy. Now, unfortunately, the only thing I ever played on it was Final Fantasy VIII. And I didn't like that game at all. But I took my PSP to MGC one time, and I just called it, like, I gave it a poster and everything, and I said it's just a PSP. And I think more people picked it up and used it than like anything else in that room. Which my theory is that people weren't worried about breaking it, so they were more inclined to pick it up and use it. But it was kind of funny to see all the cool custom projects, one of a kind, and the PSP is what got played the most. But that's okay. Okay. So now that I've tinned every pad, I think everything's got a reasonably healthy amount of solder on it. Let's see if I can wick up much more. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, while I've got the flux residue here, I'm going to try and just drop everything into place as best I can. So this is like hardened solder, so it's not going to flow in yet. Oh, wait. Okay. I just realized, since I soldered the other part, so our other power circuitry is right here. But when you flip the board over, this is where we need to solder next. So what I should have done was flow this half of the board first, and then hand soldered the other half. But that's not going to be an option here. But I just put solder all over everything. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. But we're going to apply some captain tape on this half of the board to try and hold everything down. Which is not the best play, but we'll give it a shot. Now I got to find, here we go, captain tape. I have, like, every different roll of it is scattered around my desk. There's just certain areas I couldn't get solder to stick. Oh, maybe I already read that. I forget. Yeah, electronics repair. You would think I'd be good at it since I do so much soldering. But it is not my specialty. I did fix an NES for some friends. They have one of the United States top loader NESs. And theirs stopped working. And thankfully that one was just a bad power cap. So it was a really easy fix. But I more so break things and then put them into funny cases. That's my specialty. Okay. So resistor 4. That's in slot 6. Resistor 7 is in slot 7. Oh. We'll just send this resistor flying. It's aligned enough. Resistor 6. It's in slot 8. I am kind of regretting not getting a stencil. This might have actually been a 30-minute project with a stencil. Okay. The downside to letting the flux tack everything into place is that I now can't get the resistors off of my tweezers. High risk IKEA assembly? I mean, ultimately the only risk is that I waste my time and money. But in theory, nothing should blow up. And besides, the battery is a small battery. How big could the explosion be? Yes, I am dual streaming on Twitch. So the chat that shows up on the screen is only the Twitch chat because my chat merger isn't working. But that's okay. I am still able to read the YouTube chat. Okay, C1, C20, and C17. Why did I group those together? I'm trying to find... This is C14. Oh, C14. Okay. Yesterday when I was making my BOM, there was one resistor I couldn't, or one capacitor spot I couldn't find that was in the BOM. So I just put it at the end in case I found it. And I think I found it. So this is... What slot? 67? Okay. It's 4th of July, explosions are common. It's true. But I don't own any fireworks, so hopefully nothing goes off in here. How many hours does it take on average? I have no clue how long this is going to take me. Probably a while, since my initial method of assembly was not going to work out. Okay, C21 is in slot 10. Some Game Boy savvy people on YouTube were able to put it together in like 90-ish minutes. Although I didn't actually watch their streams, so I'm not sure how much they had done beforehand or whatnot, but okay. Orientation dot is in the top right. This is U4. U4 is in slot 12. Okay. So with little chips like these, there's a dot on it somewhere to indicate which orientation you're supposed to put it in. Also, I said top right, but it's definitely bottom left. It was top left from the angle I was looking at, but okay. Okay. I'll need a nudge into place, but that should work for now. Okay, C20. This is one of these. Come on. Easiest fix I ever did was a 2DS that the buttons didn't work, but dirt was in the edges of the screen. Oh, see, I had a similar fix. Well, it was my own fault. But on this camera, like I didn't use it for a long time, and then I turned it on, and it just, screen wouldn't come on, it wouldn't do anything. I spent a long time trying to figure out what was wrong. The issue was, because I have it in this orientation, there's like an eye sensor, like so you can like hold it up to your eye and see what your shot's going to be, and it turns off the screen when it detects something from the eye sensor. And it was just so much dust on the eye sensor that it thought you were always looking at it. And so I spent a whole bunch of time like Googling, researching, trying to figure out what it was. And then it was just, I just needed to dust the sensor. So it was an easy fix, thankfully. I was worried I had a broken camera, but you know, sometimes you forget that dust affects things. What orientation? Oh, I see. Okay, U7 is in slot 13. Where's our dot? Our dot is bottom left. So drop it there. Okay, should be nudged pretty well into place. Those kind of fixes are like finding leftover Halloween candy. There are a few things where I know how easy they are to sometimes fix. Like I keep an eye on a few GPUs I'm interested in, where I know the issue is just like, it can be something just like a weird driver, or there's just like a switch on it you have to flip. So I do keep an eye out, but it's so risky on something that's that expensive. Be like, it might be an easy fix, but if it's not, then I gotta get rid of it or try to do a more intensive fix. But like this Game Boy Color, that I harvested the parts from for this build. That's another example of that. I bought it on eBay for like 20 bucks when I was doing the Wii Boy Color video, because I wanted an original Game Boy Color to like put alongside it, show the difference, or show that they were the same size. And so I bought a broken one because I didn't care. It didn't need to work. And I just never tested it. Like, I put batteries in it, and it would hit the bing, and the screen worked and everything. But I was like, oh, probably just doesn't read cartridges. That's probably the issue, because I didn't have any Game Boy cartridges, like, with me. But then when I saw the Tad Boy, I was like, well, I've got a Game Boy Color. You know, maybe the core parts of it still work. And I can't figure out what was wrong with it. Sound worked, games worked, like everything just worked. So that was fortunate, because now broken Game Boy Colors are way more than 20 bucks. They go for way more on eBay, and mine wasn't even broken. So, I mean, the screen's in kind of rough shape, but I don't think there's really a Game Boy out there that doesn't have a rough screen. So, hey there, Bipoa and Orange Pie. Okay, C17. That's in 9. Come on. Okay, I need to get this Pikmin song out of the playlist too. Forgot that it's just environmental noises for 2 minutes straight. Dude, let go of the capacitor. This isn't yours. Oh, I just realized a potential issue with my plan. I was going to use hot air. I will need to turn the air speed down on my hot air station, or else it is just going to blow all of these components away. Okay. Is that U6? Okay. U6 is in 17. It's an enigma to me how some sellers end up selling items as broken without any perceivable issues. I think it's just a situation where, like, they don't know how to test, or something's, like, maybe they have, like, a broken, like, cable or something else. Like, there's so many things it could be, and it's just like, oh, it's not working, I guess it's broken. Like, I've definitely done that too, where I've been like, man, this Wii trim just isn't working. I don't know what's wrong. And then my video isn't even hooked up or something. Like, it just happens. It can also be a case of, if it's not working, or if they can't test it, they'll sell it as not working, because then, like, whatever. No worries if it actually is broken, but there is a big problem if it's not broken. Okay. C19 is in slot 15. Another weird console I picked up recently. I've been playing the Metal Gear Solid series for the first time. And I'm currently playing 3. But I want to play 4. But 4 is weird because it's only on the PlayStation 3. They haven't re-released it anywhere. And you can emulate it. Wait. Okay, it is 60. But the emulation is kind of hit or miss for PS3, so I didn't want to rely on it. So I picked up a PS3 off of eBay. It said everything works. But, like, it rattles like crazy. It's a super slim. It rattles like crazy. And like out of the bottom of it, I can see like gears that have come loose, like sticking out. So I'm worried that the disk drive doesn't work because I don't have any PS3 games on me. I ordered Metal Gear Solid 4 because it's like $10. Like PS2 and PS3 games are so cheap. So I was like, yeah, whatever, I'll just buy it. But DVDs work on the PS3, so I don't know what those gears are from. I'm hopeful that it'll read PS3 games just fine, but I'm a little worried that that one may be a little more broken than was let on. Because they did say the case is falling apart. And like the front shell is kind of falling apart in a couple spots. But ideally someday I'll do a project with it and, you know, put it in its own cool shell. But Ayo, me too. I just finished the end boss fight of Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm like a few hours into it, so I've only seen like Revolver Ocelot. He's spinning his guns around quite a bit. Or I guess he's just Ocelot in this game. He's not Revolver Ocelot yet. But do you have any recommendations on 3D printers? I'm looking at maybe an Ender 3. I've done 3D printing before, but never my own printer / filament. So I wouldn't really recommend an Ender 3. Ender 3 is super cheap. If you can get one on Facebook Marketplace for very cheap, then that might be worth it. I would check Facebook Marketplace for like Prusa Mark IIIs, or maybe a bamboo machine someone's trying to get rid of. Or there's the Centauri Carbon from Elegoo, I believe. I think that one's around $300. But Wesk got one, and he's been super impressed with it. A few other people have gotten them as well, and they've gotten really good results for the price range on it. I'm sponsored by Bamboo Labs, so I've been happy with their printers, but they are pricey. So if you want to go the used route, I would look on Facebook Marketplace. I wouldn't spend more than $100 on a Facebook Marketplace printer, and no more than like 50 maybe on an Ender 3. Because realistically, they're getting rid of it for a reason. Like I sold my old Prusa for $100 just because I wanted to get rid of it. I had it listed for like $200 for a while. But nobody bit, so I just said, 100. Then someone came and grabbed it. Like, Facebook Marketplace 3D printers can be weird, though. Like, around me, like, they're insanely overpriced. So I chucked my Prusa for $200, because I was like, is there really someone who will buy this for $200? No. No, nobody would buy a Prusa Mark III for $200 today. But I think that says 18? C18? Okay. C18 is in slot 19. That's confusing. Well, he gets his revolver in Metal Gear Solid 3. I think I've seen that part, but like I was playing it this morning, and I like got past where you actually like shoot at him, and he spins his guns for like 2 minutes straight before the fight for some reason. But I would suggest buying a cheap Blu-ray movie. That's a good idea. I know my Goodwill has Blu-rays, but I mean I'll test it with the Metal Gear Solid 4 when it arrives. Okay. Now I need U5? It's in slot 20? Okay. Where's my dot? Dot is bottom right. Oriented the right way. Hey there, Godspeed. Okay. Now S1? I think that's what that is. Is that a Q? Oh, that's switch 1. Okay, Q1. It's in slot 21. Okay, so we're almost done with the power components. There's a few more passives right here, and then the USB-C port. So after that, we're going to try to melt everything into place. I borrowed a giant's handful of Redbox Blu-rays after they went bankrupt. Can't fault you too much for that. Let's see, C15. That's in slot 22. Okay, wait, what's the resistor in slot 18? That's R10. Did I miss a resistor? Hang on. Let me peek my diagram real quick. Oh, I did. It's hiding. R10, slide 18. Come on. I think the only thing I regret is playing the release version rather than the re-release, because I've had to deal with the top-down camera the whole time instead of having third person. In Metal Gear Solid 3, was the original release all top-down? Because I played original game for Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2. I played Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation, and then Metal Gear Solid 2 on a PS2 I picked up. But Metal Gear Solid 3, I didn't buy the disc for it, so I bought it on Steam because it was on sale for like $10. So I am playing the... is it like the Xbox 360 version? Is that what it is? It's something like that. It's like a re-released version. I didn't realize it was top-down in the original, because that does seem weird. Okay, so Snake Eater is only top-down. Subsistence is the re-release. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be weird to play it top-down. Bamboo printers are all the rage these days. Easy to use and print for beginners. Little no option. Yeah, that's the trade-off with the bamboo printer. They're a little pricey, but they work super well. Very consistent. Maintenance is pretty straightforward. But yeah, as someone, like, I don't really care to mod my printers. I set it up. I clean it when I have to. That's about it. I've been satisfied with the bamboo ecosystem, but I don't fault anyone who is unhappy with it. I'm playing the PS2 version. I'm emulating. Gotcha. Okay. So what's left? C15. What is C15? It's in slot 22. Oh, come on. Message retracted. Well, I don't know what that message was. Does that mean you deleted your own message? I've never seen message retracted before. Eat any good lemons recently? Oh, mods, ban that guy. What are we doing? Okay, this is fuse 2 in slot 23. I saw the flashbang over the microscope. That's my bad. That was my hand. Okay, F2. And now I need C11, which is in slot 22. Oh, come on. Just go into place, man. Whatever. That'll be good enough for now. Okay, is that everything? I need to put down USB-C. Oh, there's two resistors right there. R8 and R11. Okay, they're the 5100 ohm resistors. You know what? We'll hand solder those after. That'll be fine. Do I have any components? I have a capacitor in number 9. C1, C20, C17. C20. What on earth are they for? Where's C1? I don't see C1. Where's C17? C17 is right there. Oh! Okay, there's a via through C on the 4 on C14 in the diagram. So I probably thought that was C1, but that is not C1. Okay. You don't see one? Yep. Okay, so now I just need my power button. And I need my USB-C port. Do I have something? Ah! Don't knock everything over. USB-C port kind of hangs off the side. And there's some loose cuts here. Okay, now it should go into place. Have you considered the PS3 Metal Gear Solid collection? Contains 2 to 4 in Peace Walker. No Metal Gear Solid 5 because the collection came before 5. Oh, okay, PS3. For some reason, I was thinking PS2. I was like, how would you play 4 on the PS3? No, okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that was a thing. I just bought like a loose copy of Metal Gear Solid 4. So that's what I'll play for now. Admittedly, it probably would have been smart to try and buy like every game for the same platform. But I was initially just going to play one. Because I finished the PlayStation, and that was one of the games I wanted to play on it. So I was like, I'll give Metal Gear Solid 1 a try. And I liked it a lot. So I was like, okay, I'll play Metal Gear Solid 2. And that one was really good as well. So now I'm probably committed to playing all 5 of them at least. I think I've heard mixed things about Peace Walker. That was the one for the Vita? Or was it PSP? I know it was one of the handhelds. So I don't know if that one's... If I really love the rest of them, I might check it out. But that one's not necessarily on my list quite yet. But we'll see. You need more bulb orbs in your life? Of got a lot of bulb orbs. I think you can see it in some of my videos, but I have like little Pikmin stickers I've placed on everything. I've got a little bulb orb right here. I don't think you can see him though. Peace Walker is PSP and it's great. Okay, then maybe I will check it out. Okay, it's gonna sound like a jet engine for a minute. I'm gonna use my hot air gun. We're just gonna blast everything. There's gonna be a ton of smoke because it's gonna burn away like all the flux that's left. And then I'm gonna try and just tap things into place very carefully. So. I'm gonna... Sorry, that's blinding. Okay, you know what? Here, let me swap to wide cam. I want this to at least be somewhat visible. Oh, it's all just blown away. It's all just blown away. Oh, man. Okay. I can lower the fan speed some. Everything, man. You were there. You were there. See, this is one of the reasons the hot plate is nice. Because the hot plate, it does not blow anything. So, you don't have to worry about things shifting. I was hopeful the flux would be tacky enough to hold most things down. But it is liquefied a fair bit. How have these videos impacted your life IRL? Has it been a net positive, or have there been any downsides to it? I'm glad you like them. I'm not at the point of like internet fame where like my life gets any worse because of my YouTube videos. Like I don't think I've ever really been recognized like in public. Except for, I work as a substitute teacher, or at least I did, now it's summer. And there was one kid who did recognize me. Like he was a high school kid. And it's the same high school I went to, so I know the engineering teachers show my videos. So most of the kids in those classes have seen me from there. But he wasn't an engineering kid, he just knew. He was like, oh, do you make YouTube videos? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you got me. But, no, thankfully there's not... I don't have any YouTube-related problems. They're fun videos. I like that lots of people see them. I make some money off of them. But yeah, I know at some point things can get really unfun, but that is not the world I walk at this time. I think oftentimes what gets people is like just dealing with like comments and whatnot. But I think my mentality of nobody on the internet is real. Like whatever, I don't care if you're mean. That works well enough for now. And typically, the funny thing about my videos is that people are rarely mean to me. When like someone's trying to be like just mean for no reason, they'll say something really like hurtful about my project, which like I've got a reasonable sense of self-confidence. You know, I'm aware of my flaws. So, but it is funny when people will go after my projects because it's like I am ironclad in my love for those, man. You're not going to get me on that. Okay. Oh, this is just not working at all. Alright. Oh, everything's... Oh, this is really bad. Okay. So, everything shifted around way too much, so I can't nudge things back into place. And now I don't know which resistor is which capacitor is which. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get the ICs into place. We're gonna do that first. And then I will go back and just hand solder the resistors and capacitors. I'm trying to find shortcuts, but my shortcuts are making things take longer. So we need to abandon them. What are you? I apologize if you were watching this for tips on how to, like, properly do something like this. I'm gonna get an awful lot of what not to do. Okay, so now most of the ICs are mostly, yeah, except for that lemon guy. That guy did mess me up really badly. Your videos are shown in school? So, the school I sub at is the same school that I went to as a high schooler. So, I did the engineering program at my high school, and so most of the same teachers are still there. So they remember me. And so they'll occasionally show my videos as a, look what you can do if you pay attention and learn how to use Inventor. So I don't know that it's shown in many classes, but since I have a personal connection there, they get shown a bit. Okay. So now we have to do something that I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do, which is get out my baggies of resistors and capacitors. Because technically I could take my multimeter and figure out what's what. But that is tricky to do when the components are so small. And it is very hard to touch your multimeter to, like, one side of it. So, good news is, mixing up the resistors isn't the end of the world. Because I have extras. It just means I need to find my extras. But before we do that, I'm going to make sure our ICs are soldered into place really well. I don't want to have to remove things later. Let's get back to them. Okay, I need to not throw away the fuses. Those are easy to differentiate. It's always so tough for me to tell. Okay, now that one is absolutely at an... Oh, they're both at an angle. How did that happen? Okay. We're gonna heat things up again. Because both of my QFN ICs, they went down at an angle. So most of the pads are not making a good connection. Just smush it a bit. Okay. What are you soldered to? Yeah. Ah! Fuse went flying, but it did not go too far. Okay. What is a Tad Boy? Tad Boy is this. So it's a Game Boy Color that's been put into a very small shell. So this is a normal Game Boy Color. So it uses the same CPU and RAM from a Game Boy Color, but the rest of it is all original. Is my USB-C port at an angle too? Oh, it is. All right. Now it's flat. Okay, now that's all the ICs. Yes, it is a tad smaller than you'd expect. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna pull up this fuse because I need to like completely reflow all sides of the QFNs. Okay, we're gonna go back to the microscope. Oh, that looks like a nice swamp. We're at the getting flux everywhere part of the build. Okay, so my first point of business is is burning myself on my pad. Second point of business is cleaning up these two chips. Because these are the hardest thing to solder. And I did not solder them very well. So we're going to start just by putting some flux down on all sides. And then just kind of poking them with my iron. And seeing if we can get some improvement. Okay, that cleaned up a big solder blob. See, it kind of looks like there's no solder on most of the pads, which doesn't make any sense because I put on a bunch of solder before I put them down. And now I'm just adding a bunch of solder to the inductor pad. Okay. Well, now I'm kind of at a point where there's too much flux everywhere and I can't see what's going on. Okay. Gonna go ahead and scrub it. We're definitely not done putting on flux, but I need a better idea of what I'm actually looking at. So in theory, this first step, or I guess it's technically the second step. In theory, it's the longest one and the hardest, but it is proving to be longer and harder than I'd anticipated. But that's okay. I could probably go until around 5. At 5, I'll probably just call it, regardless of where we're at. But with any luck, we'll be all done and have a wonderful finished product by then. Okay. Now that things are a little cleaner, let me wipe. Where are my paper towels at? Is my cat visible on the camera? Kitty. Yeah, there you are. I see you. Yeah, I see you. She's got a little bed right there. She's probably going to get really loud in a little bit. Because I typically give her wet food at around 2:30, so... But she loves to remind me that it's coming up well in advance, so... It just does not look soldered well at all. Like when a QFN pin is soldered into place, it should be like nice and silver. We got a nice line flowing from pad up to the actual chip. But most of these just look abysmal. Like no solder, nothing. Which is confusing to me because I thought I would have way too much solder with the way I put down a bunch of solder and then tried to flow everything together and it didn't really work. Because I hate hand soldering QFNs. I don't really have... Like, what could I try here to get solder on? I could try using paste. I could just kind of rub paste along each side of it, hot air it, see if that makes better joints. I could try poking it with my iron, but that hasn't worked too well. Okay. Let me wick up solder in the way again. Gonna try poking it with the iron one more time. If that doesn't work, I'll try smearing solder paste on it. But I don't have a lot of faith in that method. Okay. What's my favorite cheese? I don't know. I don't know that I necessarily have a favorite cheese. Probably the ones I buy most are cheddar and cheddar jack. But I don't have like a special treat cheese. Except for my cheese sticks, which I don't eat by... Well, okay, string cheese. And people get mad at me because I don't like string out the cheese. But, you know, like I just like bite off chunks of the string cheese. Because eating string cheese by stringing it requires using two hands. But you can just bite off chunks of the string cheese with one hand. That's way easier. Yeah, it's my solder. My issue is my solder is all flowing onto the pads that are near the QFN. I can't get it to actually flow onto the chip. And if I was better at soldering, I'm kind of like this one. This one solders fine because I don't have like a big pad in the way of my iron. And normally if I'm a little iffy on whether my soldering is good, I'll just send it, test it, see if it works. If it doesn't, oh well. I'll retouch things up. But this part of the circuit handles the batteries. So this needs to be something I am very confident in before we test anything. And also nothing will work if this doesn't work. Because this is all the power stuff as well. So that's not an option here. See, I'm not quite at the bite into a whole block of low moisture, full fat mozzarella, but that's closer to how I consume my cheese than actually stringing it. Okay. Okay. You know what, I'm realizing that my Kapton tape didn't really work, and everything on the bottom is loose anyways. So okay, we're going to undo all of this stuff really quickly, so that way I can use my hot plate on the other side, which is what I should have done in the first place. There's been a lot of that in this stream. But I cannot use the hot air station to desolder things. Because that will mess up everything on the other side. Okay, that was C16. C16 goes in slot 4. Okay, R12. R12 goes in slot 2. Man. Oh, there's too much flux on my tweezers. They're sticking together when I'm trying to pop them apart. You go into slot 2. What's my favorite game of all time? Probably Spelunky 2. I'm a big fan of Spelunky 2. I think I've probably put more time into that than any other single player game. And I had a very, very good time with it. I did absolutely everything you can do. There's a challenge where you essentially go 99 really hard levels without losing. And that was where most of those hours I spent most of my time doing. But I think Spelunky 2 is a really cool game. I'm a big fan. But it's definitely not everyone's cup of tea. So I won't argue with you if you don't like it. That is a perfectly reasonable opinion. But thank you. I'll go try out that game. Alright, see how you like it. Spelunky 1 is also really good. I played a lot of Spelunky 1 before Spelunky 2. But I like Spelunky 2 a little bit more. But Spelunky 1 also very, very good. That was resistor 22, which goes in slot 3. Okay, now it is just the IC. Oh, get off the iron, please. Thank you. And I'll just put it, I don't know, slot 6. That'll be fine. Portable Wii U? I mean, it is possible now. Like, all the information anyone needs to build one is out there. But it's a real challenge. For not... I mean, the device will be cool. But not in a, like, wow, there's a lot I can do with this that I couldn't before way. Since most... Wii U games are on the Switch, which is already portable. But Yvettle Griffin put a lot of time and work into figuring out a lot of that stuff. So he's got a Wii U trimming guide. I don't know how much people have dug into the gamepad. I think if you're trying to make like the classic Wii U portable idea where it's like a 3DS, or it's like a DS where there's two screens, one for the gamepad, one for the like TV screen. You'd have to do a fair amount of reverse engineering on the gamepad to see how much you can shrink / trim / recreate it. Okay. Just shove a Wii U motherboard into the gamepad? I mean, there's definitely people working on similar things. Wii U Portable is just a super big project and it's going to take a lot of time. But yes, obviously using the gamepad as a shell for part of it would be cool. I think Yvettle Griffin also like commissioned somebody to recreate the Wii U gamepad from scratch in CAD. So the files are easy to edit and whatnot, and it's not just a mesh that's almost impossible to work with. So yeah, the stuff for that is definitely out there. Have you thought of portabilizing a PS3? There are some people who are looking into it. It's one of those things where it's kind of on the fringe of what's possible and what's not. So people are working on making it possible. Okay, I got flux all over my fingers now. There's like a PS3 Discord channel in the BitBuilt server where people have been looking at stuff related to that. But I mean, Benji was able to get the Xbox 360 turned into a portable, so I'm sure it's possible. I think there was also some modding advancements done on the Super Slim recently, which is the one model that would probably be turned into a portable since it's got like a die shrink. It's way smaller. Uses less power. But nothing, I don't think there's like a proper trim or anything yet. Still in the theory crafting phase. Okay. Oh, whoa. Where did this IC come from? Is that a U10? Uh-oh. Is this... Is RAI one of the markings you can see on a U10? I know there's like an INFJ. It's the right size to be U10. But I'm worried it's an IC I'm gonna need later. No, I don't see a footprint for it. It's the same size as this guy. This guy was... I think this is a U10. I'm going to put it in slot 98. And pray that it's a U10 that somehow got swept up. Turning a DS into a home console? I think that's been done before. There's definitely DS consoleizers. Yeah, I was not as careful as I should have been when I was wiping down my mat. I definitely could have mixed components up, which would have been bad. Okay. Um. Okay. I am going to try smearing some solder paste onto the edges of the ICs. And then plop it on the heat plate. And we'll see how it flows. If this doesn't work, then we're gonna have issues. Oh. Okay, I lost one of the... Oh, sorry, you guys haven't seen anything for a minute. I arrived quite later, but eager to watch. Glad to hear it, although things aren't going so great right now, but... maybe that'll all turn around right here. Yeah, one of the covers for one of the buttons fell off. Just at the end of the world. I have extras, but I'll see about jamming that back into place later. Okay. So I need to figure out... oh, I have a little bit of solder sticking up right there. So now I need something... oh, okay. Bring the helping hands in. Because I can only have, like, this corner of the board on the hot plate. Because I have the buttons soldered on already. Which is what Froggo recommended. But... okay, I forgot that this helping hand sucks. For a long time I was using this helping hands with only this one hand. Because I'd lost the other one. But I found it in my, my toolbox the other day. So I attached it, and I remember why I kept losing it. Because it's very loose. I gotta, like, take some pliers and pinch it on better. What on earth is this song? You know what, now that I think of, that was a Catherine song. I'm pretty sure I had a version of that song where it was like without the weird part at the end. That must be the weird part at the end. Okay. Portable Super Nintendo? That's been done. I think the most recent one was done by Downing. Okay. Oh, okay, I gotta unplug. Alright, we're gonna wait for that to heat up. Okay, so I gotta figure out what I'm gonna try if this doesn't work. Because what I'm hoping is that the solder paste I've smeared on will flow nicely onto the legs. And it might make some blobs, but that's fine. I can clean up the blobs. That's easier than what I'm dealing with right now, which is not enough solder on anything. And I'm having a really hard time adding new solder onto the legs, because everything is so densely populated that the other big pads near the little ones I'm trying to solder to are eating up all the solder. But if this doesn't work, I may just have to call it and order a stencil. As far as future streams go, I do want to do one for the Wee Boy Color. I want to put a Wee Boy Color, or the Wee Boy Color 2. I want to assemble one of those on stream. The issue there has been the tariffs, because when I went to order the PCBs, I wanted about $100 worth of PCBs, and the tariffs were basically 150 bucks. So it was... I don't really want to just throw $150 away. This case actually was delayed for a very long time, because I ordered it before the tariffs, but the turnaround time on it was long enough that by the time PCBWay shipped it, the tariffs were in effect, and so I got a bunch of messages from DHL telling me that I needed to pay $500 to get the case, which I did not want to do, because the case is worth about $250. I think if I had just gotten the front and back, it would have been like $150, but I got some extra stuff with it. But yeah, it would have been almost $500 in tariffs. And so I said, yeah, I'm not spending that. I'm sorry. I'd rather rebuy the case if it comes to that. So just destroy it, I guess. Because if they don't deliver it, they have to destroy it. And so they said, we're going to destroy it. You got to pay it. You got to destroy it. Or we're going to destroy it. You got to pay it. And I ignored it. And then like 3 days ago. No. And it's been a few days. Like 5 or 6 days ago. It just arrived in the mail. No tariffs. So that was cool. I mean, I'm glad it didn't get destroyed. I'm glad I got to keep it. But the tariffs are a huge hassle right now. And I just can't justify spending an extra like 100% for some circuit boards for like nothing in return. And that's just not what I'm looking to do. Okay, the solder paste isn't melting. I can't tell if my board just... Oh, there we go. Now it's starting to melt. I'm actually watching this while making a power sander using a hard drive. I'm not really sure what that would look like, but that certainly sounds interesting. Okay. So the solder paste kind of went everywhere. But it looks like at least some of it went where I wanted it to. Maybe not. Oh, it's still too hot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this might not be possible today. I need to order some better solder paste. It's definitely possible to do this by hand, but it's going to be really, really hard. And I think it's just going to be me soldering and resoldering these same chips for a long time. So I might just be better off ordering some better tools and then coming back at it in a week or two. Which is a bummer, but we'll see. I'll try reflowing one more time. but it's been a while since I assembled a circuit board too. I used to do it for the original Wii Boy Colors quite a bit, because I assembled all of those boards myself. And I hated doing it, because I wasn't very good at it. And it was really frustrating when things weren't working. And that's all coming back to me now. And that was with, like, proper stencils and whatnot. Although I've definitely learned more about stencils and solder paste since then. So I think I would be better at those boards, but... yeah. No, the solder paste didn't help at all, really. Like, a couple more legs look a little bit better, but I think what I'm going to have to do is just hot air everything off and start over. Yeah, no, it's not workable, unfortunately. The hard drive is platters, motor inside rotates the platter. So by gluing sandpaper on the platter, it will rotate the sandpaper, giving me a DIY power sander. Then the hard drive motor sand. Does the... I mean, I get that it spins fast. But does it... like, I mean, when you're sanding something, you're applying, typically, pressure to it. Don't forget copper/aluminum tape over plastic items when using hot air. Yes, that's a fair point. I don't think anything is plastic except the USB-C connector. Oh yeah, my buttons did shift around quite a bit. Yeah, that might have been too much heat for him. Yeah, the USB-C port looks good. But it's just those QFNs. They do not look good. Okay. Well, I think I'll order a stencil from... there's a fab in the US that does them. I've ordered from them before. I'll find them again. They're not nearly as cheap as China stencils, but... and the quality isn't quite as good, but they're usable. Especially for something that's going to be a one-off for me like this. So I'll order that. I'll order some fresh solder paste. And that should make things quite a bit better. But I'm not going to be able to finish this today. Or really get almost anything done on it. Let's see. While I'm live, does anyone have any last questions? Here, you know what? I'll bring the PlayStation over too. I'll show something off. Let me go wash my hands. Okay. Here's Franklin. So he's still in pretty good shape overall. I took him to MGC. And he held up pretty well. The controller did break a couple times. So, like they're both ground wires actually. So each half of the controller has a ground wire, grounding parts of the joystick. so that that works. And those both broke. Those individual wires both broke. So for some reason, some part of the bending, he bends enough, that wire will come loose. And then I also, unfortunately, broke the lid. So it was me who did it. It wasn't anyone at the convention. But unfortunately, he now comes loose, which he's not supposed to do. It's fixable. I can like super glue on a piece. I'm not too surprised that part broke. It's a very thin piece of 3D printed plastic. What happened was I was holding his head open so I could screw in his teeth, because there's a couple screws holding him into place, and I like tipped him backwards, which I had never done before. I was like, it'll probably be fine, and then it just instantly broke. So it was unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Oh, I also, after the video, I installed... Hang on, let me rip a couple legs off. I installed an internal... what's it called? PSNI? I don't know why I'm blanking on the name. It's not XStation. It's the one PS1 like flash card essentially. So there's an internal one, and I've got a SD card slot, so games can run off of that as well. Getting it working was a little tricky because it's not meant for like the PS1 installs. You're meant to do it on the original PlayStation, but eventually got it working. The only issue it has is that when the PlayStation runs for an extended period, like it'll just stop working if you restart the PS1. So as long as it runs and you don't reset it, it'll be just fine on the one game. But at the convention, sometimes I'd have to reset him, and then it wouldn't work for a while. So we would give him the John Madden Cure, which was just running Madden on it for a while. Mem card? Yeah, so I've got a custom mem card in there. I also got... What's it called? Let me grab it. Set it down there. Oh, there goes a leg. I got a... I don't remember what it's actually called. But it's one of these memory cards. I believe it's sold on like, I believe it's open source. But it's typically sold, you can get it on AliExpress, or they're like some, I think it's a Europe channel. But they sell them. And so it's basically just an all-in-one memory card for PS1 and PS2. And this one's better than the custom memory card I made, because it configures with, that's not called PSNI. Why can't I think of what it's called? Anyways, it uses the game ID from the mod chip. And so it automatically switches to whatever memory card it needs for the game, which is really nice. So I don't have to manually toggle it or worry about blocks filling up. But I played through Spyro 1 and 2 on it. What else did I play? I played Final Fantasy 9, although I played the Steam version because I wanted the speed up. Because I got a lot of comments who insisted that even though I didn't like most JRPGs, they were like, you'll like Final Fantasy 9. And they were right. I did like Final Fantasy 9 a lot. I played Chocobo Racing. That was kind of fun. I still want to try Crash Bandicoot. That's on my list. But yeah, I've gotten some good use out of it. Pretty happy with it. I also picked up a RetroTink 4K CE, which is a video scaler for like any retro console. And so I use that so I can hook it up to my PC and run games on that. I've been really happy with RetroTink. I'm a fake CRT fan. I don't actually like CRTs. They're too heavy, they take up too much space. I don't want to buy someone and then have to fix it up. So I've got a cheap CRT I got off of Facebook Marketplace that only does composite. And so that was what was featured in the PlayStation video. And so I'll keep it around as like a nice, as a side-by-side to the sort of retro stuff I do. But when I actually want to play a game, I'll use the RetroTink. That's a good enough for me solution. I know it's not quite the same as an original CRT. I do like a quality CRT look. Like, I got to see some really nice ones at MGC, and they look really nice. I love how they look, but I don't want to deal with the rest of the hassle surrounding them. So I'll take a half measure for now. there anything else I wanted to show or talk about? Yeah, so bummer on the Tad Boy. That's my bad. I overestimated what I was capable of, but I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll order the new stuff, and then I'll at least assemble the power circuitry off stream, make sure I can get that working, and then I'll either do the rest of it on stream, or maybe I assemble the rest of the PCB off stream. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Either way, I will do a Weeboy Color stream at some point. Because the Weeboy Color, there are some PCBs that need to be assembled, but it's not nearly as intensive as this one. All the hard stuff is the 4-layer tech boards, which assembly is handled elsewhere. Alright, see ya, home account. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. Sorry, this one was not a success. I was hopeful it would be a few hours and we get something put together. But we didn't really get anything put together, which is a bit of a bummer. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Probably be a little while before another stream, but there'll at least be a couple more before I disappear for another year. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys around. Okay, hopefully we're live. Let me send out messages to all my adoring fans. Hi, Michael. Hello, fellow Earthling. Who was asking for a Wii phone 10 seconds into stream? Oh, okay, we are live on YouTube. I don't stream very often. I've only streamed on YouTube a couple times before. Usually I'm just on Twitch. But I will stream from time to time. But today, I did a stream like 6 months ago where I started building a Tad Boy Color. And then I ran into issues. Because my soldering paste was really old. So I said, whatever. I'll do it some other time. And then 6 months went by and I never got back to it. So I assembled the entire PCB off stream, which went pretty smoothly once I used a solder stencil and some like real solder paste that wasn't 2 years old. The hardest part was this screen connector. That was a real pain. I ended up ruining 2 of them, but third time was the charm. So at this point, it turns on. I think everything works. So we'll see. Yeah, everyone wants the Wii phone. I don't know about Wii rotary phone. I think that might be even harder. Because, you know, I'm only 25 years old. I don't know how to use a rotary phone. So yeah, we're gonna put it together. I don't know if it'll take, if things go smoothly, it'll probably only take 30 minutes. So, if that does happen, I've got this old Game Boy cartridge that my uncles gave me when I was like 8, and I plugged it into my DS and it didn't work, so I just assumed it didn't work. But I think something might actually be wrong with the cartridge. So, high quality game, the Berenstain Bears Extreme Sports. We might repair that after. Is that a Wii motherboard? No, this is a Game Boy motherboard. So here, let me take it apart really quick. So we're ready for the final assembly. Also, if there's any audio issues or anything, let me know. Usually I spend a bunch of time setting up for a stream, but I got this working like 20 minutes ago. So I was like, you know what? I want to get the stream done before dinner. So we're moving a little quicker than usual. So it's not a Wii motherboard. This is a custom Game Boy Color motherboard. So the Tad Boy Color, here, I'll zoom in a bit. The Tad Boy Color is a project where you take the CPU and the RAM from an original Game Boy Color and you transplant it onto a custom board, and then it's just very tiny. So nice and small, but it has essentially all the features of a Game Boy Color. So reads like normal cartridges. It's got the link port, which I don't really have any use for, but might as well solder it on there. But yeah, it works just like a normal Game Boy. Very cool. I met Froggo, the designer of it, at MGC, and so I got to hold one of these. Thought it was really cool. Wanted to build my own. So that's what we're going to do today. You're permanently banned from Twitch. Well, don't do whatever you did in Twitch on here, please. What's on my mind? I'm hoping I didn't miss something on this. Because if something goes wrong, I don't want to troubleshoot it. I'm a little tired of troubleshooting, but I think it's going to go pretty smoothly. Between vertical or horizontal, which do you prefer to mod? If you're talking like form factors on projects, I mean, if it's something I'm actually going to play, something I actually want to use, like I think I prefer the horizontal, so screen in the middle. This one is vertical, which I think may be worse for actually playing, but the form factor is, it's so cute. So that was the deciding factor. Froggo also has another build called the Frog Boy, which it's a Game Boy Color shaped like a Game Boy Advance. And I think that one's probably nicer to hold. I think it has more battery. But you know what? It doesn't have the same swag factor. And you know how we are about swag in 2026. So, gotta make sure it has that. Oh. That does suck. Thankfully, I've never had to deal with an account getting sold. Although one time my Instagram account, like somebody got a hold of the password for it, and all they did was follow a bunch of accounts. So thankfully they didn't realize it had followers or anything. So they didn't post anything awful. They just got a hold of the password, they changed it, followed a bunch of accounts, and then I managed to wrangle control back before anything else happened. But so one thing I need to do is, so these pink pads here, they overlap with where the screen goes a little bit. So we need to use some scissors and cut them down to size just a bit. So right here. What's up, Remathan? Okay, is that enough? A little more than enough. That'll be fine. And then up top, on this one, and just a hair more. Yeah, your appeal was probably just auto-rejected by a bot. That happens. Okay. So that's good. Okay, you know what? Before we do the buttons, I think we need to get the lens into place. So Tadboy Color uses a custom lens, which is cool. I think Froggo sells them on his store, which is where I got mine. Because I think if you want to buy like one custom lens, you can't. You have to buy like 100. So we've got this. I'm going to make sure there's no dust on it. What is this thingy? It is the Tadboy Color. Or maybe just the Tadboy? I don't know if Froggo put color in it. That might be my addition. But it is a custom Game Boy. So it has the original hardware from a Game Boy, but with modern parts. Very, very small. So I assembled the circuit board off stream. I tried assembling it on stream like 6 months ago, and it didn't go well. So I said, I'll do this off stream, which was a good choice, because it did take some troubleshooting to get working. And one of the reasons I don't stream, like when I'm making new stuff, is because most of the time spent on projects is troubleshooting. And I personally think that troubleshooting makes for good YouTube content when it's like a nice short 15-second Oh, this happened, and I solved it by doing this. Rather than, you know, hours of me on stream clearly frustrated. Okay, we're gonna try to not get fingerprints and dust on the inside of the lens. What's up, Polywhirl? Okay, we're gonna make sure this goes over the LED hole. Okay. And light pressure everywhere. Seal it down nice and tight. Make sure there's no fingerprints on the inside. Okay. Have I been pwned as an extremely helpful tool for that? Yeah, I've used that before. Like on the email account I've been using since I was a kid. Like I think there's like half a dozen breaches and whatnot that have at some point or another gotten me. I think Town of Salem was the first one that was on there that got me. Evidently, like, they were just storing the passwords in plain text or something. Okay. So now, I think the screen just drops into place next. It's wonderful to watch, by the way. I'm assuming those case pieces are 3D printed? They're not, actually. These are CNC milled. So this is aluminum that has been anodized. And so it's going to have this color permanently. This was from PCBWay. They gave me the case in exchange for showing it off on stream. So it's not sponsored, but I did get this for free. But this is a very nice case. Unfortunately, it did get hit by the tariffs. I ordered this and it arrived just in time to get hit with $500 worth of tariffs. So that was a bummer. But it's a very nice case. So it has very good finish. Very happy with it. But I think this is my first time doing an aluminum case. All my other projects were 3D printed in some form or another. Okay, we're gonna get the peel off of the screen. I'm gonna pray there's no dust. I think it's in all the way. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm going to assume it's in all the way. That's still a sponsorship? Yes, it is. Yeah, if you want to call that a sponsorship, that's fine. That is why I'm disclosing it. That's not how it works. People just crack the passwords by rerunning a hash. Well, then they did that, because they definitely got my password out of that. Let's see. Okay, there's, like, on the PCB, there's some, like, I forget what those are called. Something to do with a byte, I think. So is this just a Game Boy, or is it more? It's essentially just a Game Boy. Nothing too crazy. It's obviously got a modern screen. It's got USB-C charging, but at its core, it's essentially just a Game Boy. So yeah, these, I don't know if the camera's focusing. Hard to tell. That is legally a sponsorship. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. So I'm just gonna grind it off with an X-Acto knife. Not too worried about dust now that the screen is in place. What's up, Jonathan? This is a Game Boy. So, Game Boy Color in a very, very small form factor. Will it not have color then? No, it will still have color. So it's I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little too young to have ever owned a Game Boy or a Game Boy Color. I had DS, Game Boy Advanced. But this uses a Game Boy Color chipset. But I believe, like, you can play Game Boy Color games on a Game Boy, is that correct? You just don't get the color? And then, like, you can put Game Boy games on a Game Boy Color and they have color. It's something like that. Someone donated me 100. Oh, wow. Oh, hey, Gearless. I do remember you. You were the one... Were you the guy who your Wii Boy Color got lost in an airport? I vaguely remember that. Good to see you. I'm glad you love your Wii Boy Color. Thank you for the $100. That's very generous. Oh, that's the wrong way. Sorry, I don't think I have any, like, YouTube notifications set up. I think if you sub on Twitch, Waluigi will say something. But I'm not a very professional streamer. Some Game Boy Colors work on Game Boy, some don't. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But in theory, since this is a Game Boy Color chipset, everything should work. Okay, now the screen fits into place. I'm going to... I've got this little... It's like a little LED diffuser. So I'm going to drop that in. And it feels kind of wrong to put super glue on an aluminum case, but I think it's going to be our easiest way to hold it in place. Just a teeny tiny drop. Yes, and you got it back. That's right. I'm glad you got that back. You put, like, your information inside of it, right? You're smarter than me on that. Like, when I bring my projects with me, I typically they're just in carrying cases. So if I did lose one, I don't think I'd ever get it back. But yeah, I'm glad you got that back. Because I don't know if I'm ever going to make Wii Boy Colors again. I released the I made the 2.0, and then I said I was going to publish the files, and I still have not done that. That is because tariffs got really bad, and I spent so long. I needed to make some final adjustments and reorder the boards to make sure they were perfect. And then enough time went by that I forgot what I needed to change. So at some point, I will either build a new one from scratch and relearn the reasons why it needs fixes. But I don't really want to do Wii Boy Colors right now. So it may be a while before that happens. But I should not have promised to open source it in the video. Although I didn't know they were going to be horrible tariffs. So that's my defense. So I apologize if you've been waiting to build a Wii Boy Color. It may happen someday. Okay. I may need to trim the button pads just a little more. What is the one you play the most? As far as my projects go, as far as like lifetime goes, the project I played the most was my second one probably. My Waker of the Weaned. So it's the first video on my channel. It's a green and gold portable with Wind Waker art on it. And so that was the second portable I ever made. The first one I ever built was called the Waluigi, and it never really worked because it was my first one, and I was not good at soldering, and it had all sorts of issues. There's no YouTube video on it, because it never worked long enough to make a YouTube video. But a few years back, I did go back through and kind of update the design so it wasn't like completely terrible. It's only like pretty terrible now. And I have the circuit boards for it and everything. So at some point I want to do a video where I remake my first portable. The reason why I haven't done it is because I don't think it's fantastic content. Like, I don't think most people will care about it. But I think it's one of those videos that the longer I wait to do it, in theory, the more people will be interested in it. But at some point, I'll remake my first one. But yeah, the Waker of the Weend was the one I played the most, because it was the first one I built. Most portables after that, I didn't really play outside of making the videos for it. Just because I did almost 100 commissions on portable GameCubes and portable Wiis. So there's not very many games I haven't tried at this point. But the PlayStation, I played that a fair bit. I played through Metal Gear Solid. I played through a couple Spyro games. I did actually play on that one, and it is still plugged in. I picked up a RetroTink, so I can run it to my main monitor and get nice effects, and not have to deal with my CRT. Ooh. Okay, I just heard a popping sound. I'm hoping that was just the ribbon cable flexing a bit, and not something more dire. Okay. I need to zoom out. Tried making a portable N64 back in the day. On the rotate the cartridge slot part, I forgot shrink wrap on the solder connection, so we used hot glue and it broke off inside. Yeah. Don't really ever want to use hot glue on your soldering joints. That's typically not the play. I haven't done much with the N64, mostly because we had a Nintendo 64, like in the console hutch when I was a kid, but I just never really played it. Like usually when it was available, I played on the NES or I played on the GameCube. And I think my dad eventually just got rid of it because nobody played it. Why would you play the N64 when there's the GameCube or the Wii? But I do have a Nintendo 64. I just ordered a Summer Cart 64, which is, I think it's the latest and greatest-ish, like N64 flash cart. And I ordered an 8-bit DOE controller for it, because I'm not a fan of the original N64 controller. I think part of it is, like, every single one I've ever used has been, like, really worn out, since that's kind of how 25-year-old controllers tend to be. But I just don't really like the main stick. I don't like that the D-pad and the stick are so far apart. Like, if it's your favorite controller, that's fine, but you're never going to convince me that it's a great controller. I'm sorry. What is the hardest build? Hardest build might have been the fake GameCube portable. Like, most of my Wii builds are pretty... Oh, did I do the order wrong? Hang on, I think... Oh, maybe not. Okay, no, this goes on next. Thought I did things out of order. That build uses a small Wii trim. It's pretty tight wiring. So that was probably my toughest build, but not by a substantial margin, I don't think. Okay, I'm worried I'm forgetting something. So battery goes in last. Volume wheel goes in after. Power button. Okay, I'm probably not forgetting anything. Hold up, is this a new stream angle? I streamed on this setup once before. All my past streams were before I moved. I moved, I guess, almost 2 years ago now. But I never uploaded. I did the Tad Boy color on this stream setup. So I think am I mirrored? Or do I look the same? I think my background is slightly different, but kind of a new setup. New to stream, at least. Okay. I think I'm not forgetting anything. Okay. So next up, I think we just need to put the battery into place and make sure it still works. So this battery, so the Tadboy uses, the button color is a bold choice, but it works. I was hoping for a more like lime green color. It's not quite as lime as I would have hoped, but they clash slightly, but I'm pretty happy with it. It'll be nice and frog themed. So these batteries are Joy-Con batteries. The issue I had is that they have these like flaps on the side that were initially folded this way. And so I folded them back and the battery barely fits with them folded back. Like I think you can see where like it kind of, the link port bites into it slightly. So that's a little bit dicey, but I've never had a LiPo explode on me, so that means it'll never happen. How much planning goes into making a new build? Do you take into account how ergonomic, or is it weight distribution into consideration? Typically, like portables are jank enough that obviously you want to like print out the shell, test to make sure the buttons feel nice, you're not like hitting things. But realistically, with most portables, like you kind of just have to put things where they go. Like there's not, like when I put my batteries into my builds, like they usually go wherever there's space. And usually that's along like the sides or at the bottom. The one thing I do try hard to avoid is putting batteries into like the top of something. Like on the Wii Boy Color, if the batteries were at the top, it would be super top heavy and that would not be good. But the Wii goes at the top, so there's only room for batteries in the bottom. I think the one portable I've seen where like the weight distribution like led to having to make the build more challenging was the Wave Rider from Shock Slayer, because he couldn't put the batteries up in the top. Like it was just way too top heavy. It was a console where it was just a GameCube controller with a screen mounted to the top, and I believe G-Man built an N64 version of one where he put the batteries in the top, and apparently it was super top heavy and not great. But both of those builds are really cool. So there's definitely some thought that goes into that, but not a ton. Okay. Alright, so this is our sacrificial test cartridge, Rugrats by THQ, high quality game. I think I got it for $6 on eBay, so lots of passionate fans. Okay. Okay, it makes the noise. There we go. So, when I was assembling this, I ruined the screen connector twice, so I had to order new ones. And so I just put it all together and was going off of the sound to tell if things were working. And I thought that the cartridge slot wasn't working for the longest time because this game has like 20 of these splash screens. Like it's still going, still showing you everyone who worked on it. So even after waiting for like 30 seconds, it still wasn't making any noise. There we go. Okay, that looks to be working. Will the PCB files for the Wii Boy Color 2 go open source? Yes, I talked about that earlier. The reason I have not made them open source yet is because of the tariffs. I was initially working on it, and then things got super expensive, so I said, oh great, I'll do this later, when things are cheaper. And things have kind of, I mean, they aren't as bad as they were when I was trying to do things like last April. They're still a little bad. And unfortunately, it's been so long that I don't really remember what the last few things I needed to fix are, or if I did fix them. So someday, probably, I'll go back through, I'll assemble one from the ground up. Because I actually don't have one for myself. I sold all the ones I built. So I'll build one from the ground up, I'll remind myself what the issues were, and then I'll go through and make the last tweaks and publish them. So yes, that's why they aren't public yet. I apologize for promising to make them public and then not following through on that as quickly as I would have liked to. Okay. Alrighty. I mean, I guess I'll screw it shut. The one advantage to the aluminum case is I don't have to worry too much about screwing and unscrewing it a bunch. I think the threads can take it. Unlike 3D printed shells, you want to be really careful how many times you're running the screws in and out. At least if your screw posts are built directly into the plastic. If you use, what are they called? Standoffs? No, inserts. Threaded inserts. Those are a much better way to do it. I didn't realize how small this was until I saw it with the game cart. Yeah, it is tiny. It's very small. Okay. Anybody have a recommendation for a Game Boy game that uses all the buttons pretty quickly so I can test? I've got a flash cart that I put a bunch of games on, but I'm not super familiar with Game Boy games, so I don't know which games actually use all the buttons. Okay. Let's see. Buttons feel good. Let's mash the volume wheel into place. Volume wheel is a really tight fit, which I think is intentional because you don't want it coming loose. But I was having a hard time smushing it on for the first time. Okay, there we go. Volume wheel twists. I do think maybe I should have resin cast a pink one, but okay, let's pop a flash card in, see what happens. Okay. Uh-oh. Hang on. I remember navigating this flash cart to be kind of weird. Or maybe some of my buttons are messed up. My buttons might be messed up. Because I'm pressing select and it's changing the brightness. But it's only supposed to do that if I press select and down on the D-pad. And I think down on the D-pad might not be working. It was doing that when I was testing early on. And then I got the screen connector fixed. And I assumed that, okay, I might have something wrong. Oh, you know what? Actually, I might just need to reseat the cartridge. There we go. The Nintendo logo was a little funky. Okay, so if I press select, yeah, it's bringing up the brightness, which it shouldn't be doing. So that means it probably thinks the down button is permanently held, if I had to guess. So there's probably a short somewhere. The start button works. Okay, let's see.
Vilmo abandoned 3 viewer to the cold dark depths of the Ginger of Oz live stream.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Vimo. I did not remember that I set up TTS for that. Apparently I did that. So we are currently testing the Tadboy build, but it seems something is wrong with the down button, if I had to guess. I don't think this game, I don't know how this game works. I don't know if anything uses the down button in this game. Do I have to go through the portal? Oh, now I can go through the portal. Oh. Okay, there's claw. Okay, well this is not a good game for testing if up and down work. Okay, let's see, let me try the Berenstain Bears game real quick. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Oh, okay, no, I think I was wrong. I guess it does work. I plugged it into like a normal Game Boy Color, the one I harvested the parts from to see if it worked, and it was not working then, but it's working now apparently. Let's see if this game uses the down button at all. Yeah, our brother Bear main. Show me time trials, toboggan, beginner. Oh, yo. Start. Okay, left and right definitely work. So we had this game in the DS case forever, and we never played it because we thought it didn't work. And that might just be because I think the DS Lite can't play Game Boy Color games. But maybe the Game Boy Advance can. It was something like that. Oh, I ran into a chainsaw. Okay, well, if down and up... I mean, I can't really tell if they're working or not. I don't think this game uses it either. Oh, wait, why didn't I just... Hang on. I was in a menu earlier. That'll definitely tell me if down and up work. I missed you buttoning it up. Looks great. We may have to rebutton it up. When I press select, the brightness display pops up. I did not... Well, okay. I put it together in 30 minutes, but the PCB was assembled beforehand. I did a stream like 6 months ago. Okay, yeah, I don't think the down button works. I don't know if up works because I can't go down. Okay. You know what? I'm game for a quick try to figure out what's wrong. Because in theory, it shouldn't be too bad to figure out. The tack switches were pretty tricky to solder into place. Because I did them last, and Froggo recommends doing them first. But I really wanted a flat base, so I could just do the whole back all at once. And I thought I tested the buttons beforehand, and they seemed okay. But, you know, it's not a project if you don't take it apart at least once after you hope it's finished. But if we can't solve it now, I'm not too worried. I'll just do it later. But we'll give it a shot. Because I was going to fix the Berenstain Bears game, but apparently it doesn't need to be fixed. So, those tacks me finicky to solder. Yeah, I also learned that they don't like to go into the ultrasonic cleaner. I ran the board through the ultrasonic cleaner after it was all assembled, and all of like that like front part that fell off on all of them. But I just kind of smushed them back into place, and that seemed like it worked. But that may not have worked for down. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I need to replace that tact. That's not the end of the world. I've still got a few extras. But what are we snagged on? This board doesn't want to come out. Is there another screw? No. I don't want to yank on anything. Yep, that's a no-no. Go to tack when installed properly, though. They do feel pretty nice. Oh, it's not coming out because of the volume wheel. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so our down tact is right here. Yeah, I'm not dead, thankfully. As a content creator, do you feel pressure to do more and more ambitious mods? I don't know about more and more ambitious, but there's definitely a level I feel like a mod has to be for me to make a video about it. So somewhat, but I think some people, like, it's really crushing for them. I don't feel the need for like every single mod I do to one up the one previous. Like, I don't know if the PlayStation is like all that much cooler than like the Game Boy or the Wii Boy Color, but sometimes when I'm working on a project, there's something I think would be cool, but then I have to look at it and go, this would add like weeks or a month's worth of time to figure this out and get it working if I could even pull it off. So sometimes there's something that would be cool, but I just go, it's not worth the time. It's not going to make people will also think that it is cool, but it's probably not worth the time. Okay. So let's see. So down is definitely fiddly. Something might be wrong with up. So let's start with the multimeter. Let's figure out something's wrong with the switch. Okay. So okay, so the switch is not permanently pressed. Okay, so it activates at the right time. Okay. So I believe the brightness control circuit is these two guys up here. I don't have my microscope hooked up right now, because I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do any micro soldering. So okay. So I have the Tad Boy color. Okay, hang on. Hopefully this doesn't show anything sensitive. Okay. Let me react footage to react to. Let's open up this one. Okay, there we go. So this is, sorry, I'm probably really quiet right now because I'm facing the wrong way. But this is the Tad Boy colored PCB. I was looking at it earlier for troubleshooting. So we're gonna take a look and see if we can figure out where the down button goes, so I can check all of those points. So right here, let's see. So this side, okay, my cursor shows up. This side is ground. This side is the actual data. So it runs to this via. Oh, here, let me hide. Why is he throwing me for? Oh, because it's mirrored, right? Okay. So down. Okay, so there's two vias. Wait, am I losing it? Okay, now the button goes across. Okay, there we go. these two are ground, these two are data. So it's this via and this via. So now if I go back to the top, is up stuck on? I don't think so. Because I think it's just, you're supposed to hold select and down to trigger like the screen brightness stuff. And so I don't think up comes into play at all there. I don't know for sure if the up button works, because none of the games I tried had a way to like go up in the menu. So it may not work, but I don't think it's an issue where it's stuck. I think it may be an issue, we'll see if down was stuck on. Because if down was stuck on, we'd get continuity between the between ground and down, which we don't right now. Welcome in, Cream Teamer. How much would I have to pay you in order for you to sign my unborn child? It'd probably be really expensive. It's hard to sign a child who isn't born. So that's up to you to figure out the operations on that. Have you attempted to sell controller or console shells? I do have a 3D printer, but FDM 3D printers, like I could sell, like PlayStation shells, I suppose. But it's a mod that's kind of a pain to pull off. Like it's not just, you can't just drop in a board and call it a day. So, I haven't really ever tried selling that sort of stuff. FDM printers also have layer lines and such. So it's not the best technology for selling console shells. Like if you just want a cool color, like look on AliExpress or other, I'm sure there are other stores that sell them. Typically you're better off doing that than 3D printing unless you're doing something really wacky and wild. Okay. So I was struggling to read where the down signal goes. Does it go... Let's see, let's run guess and check. So here. Okay, so it connects to the leftmost leg here. I don't think... No, the soldering on it looks just fine. There's no short. So it's not that. I guess I should check continuity on this to ground. So this isn't shorted to ground, which is odd. So the tact seems to work. Does it? Yeah, that seems right. So the tact switch works. We aren't shorted to ground at the button point or at the other point, which in theory checking one should check both, but we check both to be safe. I guess I could try and figure out which pin on the CPU. Oh, we're upside down. Which pin on the CPU down goes to? Okay, let me go look at my... Let me go look at the diagram again. Thanks, Razvan. Soldering is a better skill than computer science? Maybe. Computer science is still useful, even if AI is trying to take it all over. The robots have been really good at soldering for a long time. But robots aren't very good at Wii mods yet. Okay. So it is this via right here. So it runs up and up and up to here. So it's the topmost one. So that's pin 4 on the screen, if I looked at that right. Let me double check. So down, 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 down. So this via, oh, okay, is this where it connects? No, I was looking at the wrong via. Oopsies. Okay, so it's this one. So it runs over here, and then it goes back on top. It runs all the way to the outside, under. Okay, so that's where I was checking it before. So it has good connection there. So where does it connect to the Game Boy? So it goes here. So it's one of, okay, so these 4, okay, so the 4 leftmost pins are on, so those 4 correspond to the D-pad. Let me check and see if they're loose. Here we go. They don't seem to be loose. From where I'm looking, they look to be connected up okay. It's gonna be kind of tricky to test for continuity. But I'll give it a shot. How often do you do these surgeries since the stream last year? I've done very little modding since last year. I have a couple of part-time jobs, and so that's been keeping me pretty busy. But I would like to get a video out this summer. I have a couple of projects that I've kind of started, and so it'll be one of those. But I'm not sure which yet. We'll see. It'll either be something in a similar vein to the PlayStation, or it's going to be something wacky that nobody's ever done before, or nobody's done on the scale that I'm going to do it. Okay. It'd be nice to have some fancy probes here, but alas. So let's check. One probe. Okay, this is a pain to check. See, I really don't think... So the down button... Maybe the down button... I'm trying to think. Because if the brightness thing is always getting activated, that means something must be wrong with the button or the circuit. Unless it's unless the Game Boy provides some sort of pull down resistor or something. I guess that could be. Would you say working around limitations to be the most fun part, or you prefer designing the final build? I think the most fun part is for sure buttoning it all up and seeing it working. That's definitely the most fun part. Working around the limitations is, it's one of those things you have to do. I don't know that I necessarily be like, oh yeah, that's tons of fun, but it's part of it. I guess I could... Okay. When you don't have probes, we can make our own with a little bit of magnet wire. So I'm trying to check if the CPU of the Game Boy, if the D-pad connection is soldered properly there. But it's kind of hard to check a point on the front side of the board at the same time as checking the point on the back side of the board. So I'm just gonna solder on a piece of magnet wire so I can check a little bit easier. Just curious, have you heard of the rumored Ocarina of Time remake? I like vaguely heard that it's rumored. I don't know anything about it or if there's more than just a rumor to it. I've never beaten Ocarina of Time. It's one of those where I start it and then inevitably I get kind of bored. Maybe I'm too young for Ocarina of Time. I say as I build a Game Boy. Okay. So I have a wire soldered to a part I know is connected to D-pad down. So now we'll take the multimeter. Okay. No, so it's definitely soldered up to the CPU as well. I think that's all we know. You played Ocarina of Time vicariously like 20 times. I've only ever heard good things about it, but I get to the point where you're at like Hyrule Castle and you're supposed to sneak in, and inevitably I kind of lose interest around that point. I've probably beaten the Great Deku Tree like half a dozen times, but it's just never stuck for me. Okay, so I'm a little lost on what else to check. We could just try swapping the tack switch. Like, I mean, it looks like it's working. Like, everything I'm doing is, like, doing what it should. But there's a chance, like, either in the ultrasonic cleaner or at some other point, like, it just stopped working. I wish I had other Game Boy games to try. Because I don't know for sure how Berenstain Bears or Rugrats is supposed to behave. Okay. Probe has served its purpose. So it could be something, like I guess there's a chance that maybe there's a pin on the screen connector that isn't properly soldered. Because I can see the circuit. It goes right here. The other pins all go away. Like, I don't think any of these legs are floating. Just touch them up real quick. Ooh, that's a nice big solder blob. I am alive. It's not an ill-fated death that put YouTube videos on hold. Okay. Let me check. I can see where one of the pins goes, so I'll just make sure it goes to the screen properly. I don't know how multimeter probes always end up tangled. Okay, so we should hear a beep. Yeah, okay, so that's not our issue. I mangled the screen connector like very slightly on these like early pins, but I checked them earlier. They're not shorted to each other, so I wish see-through 3D prints were clear. I think transparent handhelds look really sick. Yeah, if you're talking about FDM prints, yeah, it would be nice if they could get clearer. If you're willing to go like the resin printing route, you can like order cases that are like perfectly clear, but that gets kind of pricey. So I don't fault you if you don't want to do that. And those cases are also pretty fragile. It's not a perfect setup, but like, do I have? I don't think I have any transparent portables aside from the G-Boy I built like 8 years ago. At my college, they had like a really expensive 3D printer that could do. Here, I'll just grab it real quick. It was a really expensive 3D printer that could do clear parts. And so this was a big deal back in 2019. Like, I think this was the first 3D printed clear case that a portable ever had. Obviously, there were lots of, like, what's it called? Tupperwares. Lots of clear Tupperware portables. But this is 3D printed. You can kind of tell. You can see, like, weird layer lines. It's definitely nicer than, like, an FDM print. I wonder if this guy works. Hang on. Let's see if he works. This is, like, an original G-Boy kit. You can tell by the fact that it says Wee Boy. I don't know if you can see. But Shank Mods held a get together at his place. And so we went out to his... Oh, okay, the LED's on. We flew out to his place, and G-Man brought G-Boy kits. And we tested the design. Found a few issues. So this was the one I put together. Oh, it does still work. Okay, so this is a really old portabilizing software called Portableize Me. Nowadays we use our V-Loader, which is, it's better in pretty much every way. But, so yeah, this is a 240p screen. So it's not your monitor, it's the screen. So yeah, this is a clear handheld. This is the only clear handheld I got. Like all the ones I built with PCBWay cases, those ones I all sold. But at some point I need to build one for myself, because they are very pretty. I'm a big fan. Okay, let me make sure I put it back into shipping mode. Okay. Whenever I'm done like testing a portable or like booting it up for something, I have to make sure to put it back into shipping mode, because those old portables have the old PMSs in them, and those very slowly drain the batteries. At some point I just need to open them all up and put in a little protection circuit, and that'll solve my issues. But until then, I gotta make sure they go back into shipping mode when I'm done. Seeing the insides of the handheld is so cool. Yeah, that's definitely why I like it. This down button. Let's really quick. Okay, I'm just gonna drop it back into place. Like, I can't really pull the screen out anymore because I don't know if there's a lot of adhesive on it. There's a little bit of adhesive holding it in place. I don't want to pull the screen in and out because I currently don't have any dust between the screen and the lens, and I would like to keep it that way. Oh, my buttons are popping out. Okay, so we're gonna test it one more time, see if any of my poking around fixed it somehow. If not, then I may just need to figure that out off stream. Because none of the easy stuff worked, unfortunately. Okay. Put this into place. See, I do wonder what's changing though, because I saw this behavior earlier and I was confused by it, and then I completely resoldered a bunch of stuff, and then the issue went away. And now later on the issue has returned. So I'm not sure what changed. Okay. I like our V-Loader, but Project Plus doesn't work on it. To be honest, I don't know if it worked on Portableize Me either. Brawl hacks have always been a little bit funky with portables. Okay, come on. Let's screw it down. Could it be the ribbon cable? It's possible. This black ribbon cable I did pull in and out quite a bit. This bottom one I think is totally fine. But my guess is it's something I soldered. I think that's a lot more likely than the ribbon cable being an issue. It's not impossible, but... Okay, let's put the battery back in. Here it is. Okay, cartridge. Okay, I'm pretty confident that the Berenstain Bears should do something when you press the down button. So. Okay, we still boot. Because I know left and right work. If it's supposed to loop to the next one, up isn't working. Yeah, so see when I press select, it changes the brightness. Which it's not supposed to do, unless I'm holding the down button. Yeah, so still the same issue. Okay. That is tricky. Maybe the screen is select? Not sure if I understand what you're trying to say. I doubt it's an issue with the screen board. This screen board was pre-assembled. I didn't touch it. I just hooked stuff up to it. There's a chance it's the screen connector. That's definitely more likely than the screen cable. What else could I look at? I could reseat the connector. I guess I never did that. I reseated it up here, but I didn't reseat it down here. There's a small chance that could fix it, but I don't have a ton of hope for that. Okay, this screen connectors. Okay. The joints all look... Well, there's the third pin over. Maybe that one's not quite right. It's hard to tell. Okay, hang on. Let me go back to the circuit. Okay, so where does this... The pin that looks a little off is this bottommost one, which runs to the Game Boy CPU. So unlike, it's probably soldered on fine. It just looks a little sketchy. Wait, was I looking from the wrong side? No, I wasn't. Okay, so I don't know. What else could I check? Okay, we can reseat this ribbon connector. Looking... Passives look okay. Okay, there is some flux on the on this cable. I'll try cleaning it off. I really don't think it's the issue, but while I've got it out, I might as well. Oh, I do not want isopropyl alcohol running onto the screen, though. That'd be bad. Put the cap back on my super glue. Have you built a Frog Boy color? I have not. Tad Boy is my first Game Boy project. That design is also cool. I don't know if I'll build one, just because I don't know if I can really justify needing 2 tiny Game Boys, but maybe someday. if I end up using my Tad Boy a fair bit. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Okay. Yes. Ribbon cable looks fine. I don't see anything concerning. Okay, let's plug it back in. Let's see, it'll be easier if we undo this one. Okay. It's reseated. Now back into this side. Oh, here, let me swap back. Hello, Black Ore. It's me. We're trying to finish up this Game Boy mod, and it may not happen on stream. Okay, yeah, we're good to put it back down. Yeah, my 2 screws. I'm thinking of making a PlayStation 2 laptop out of a Pelican case, but it's kind of small for any screens I have. Can you recommend some screens that are 15 inches? 15 inches is a lot bigger than the screens I use. The largest screen I've ever used in a portable was 5? I don't think I've ever used one bigger than 5 inches. You could check... I'm trying to think of projects that have used big screens. Like 15 inches is sizable, but if you're going for a laptop, that makes sense. You inspired by the old Ben Heck show with his Xbox 360 laptops? Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you can get a laptop screen with a driver board, just like find one with a driver board that'll accept like something the PS2 can output, like VGA. You probably want something nicer than composite, but if you can find like a VGA driver board with like a laptop, I'm not entirely sure what the best option is for that, but they definitely exist. You could check Wesk's Party Box. That's a build he did, where it was a laptop-style build for a Wii. And I know that one has a bigger screen. I don't know what the dimensions on it were. It might be smaller than what you're going for. But that would be something that would definitely work. If it worked for the Wii, it'll work for a PS2. Okay. Let's see if we got any change. VGA is probably the best. VGA to HDMI is very easy. Makes sense. What's up, Ethan? Yeah, still doing it. Okay. You know what? Really quick, I will ask in Froggo's Discord if anybody has any ideas. And we'll sit around for a bit. If anyone has any ideas, we'll try them. But if not, we will wrap this up. Probably off stream. Yes. Okay. Is this kind of like a custom Game Boy, or is it based on like emulation? So this is a custom Game Boy with the real hardware on it. So this is the CPU from a Game Boy, and this is the RAM from a Game Boy. Everything else, and the link port is from an original Game Boy. But everything else is custom. The cartridge slot, I believe this is it's either DS Lite or Game Boy Advance. Or maybe it's the same for those. But yeah, the idea is just it's a tiny Game Boy, plays Game Boy games. So I think the next thing I would try is swapping out the tack switch. The tack switch looks good on the multimeter, but there's a chance something isn't right. So let's see, do I have... I thought I had a couple of extra tack switches lying out. Maybe not. I may have to go fetch them from a baggie. Okay. Yeah, Froggo, he responded. He says he thinks that something's wrong and it's permanently pressed, which makes a lot of sense. But I don't know why my multimeter doesn't show it being permanently pressed. Like in theory, if I touch these 2 points, it should start beeping at me. Because the legs are connected here, they're connected here. When I go across like this, they only touch if I press the button, which is how it's supposed to work. But we can swap it. These buttons took some abuse, so I'm not shocked if one of them ends up being the issue. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Oh, you know what? If the down button is permanently held, then that would make sense why the up button doesn't work. I've not considered that. But if it thinks it's... Let me just double check these aren't shorted to ground. Nope. Okay, so to get this switch off, we may just have to go destructive, because I don't want to use hot air to try and blast it off, because on the back here we've got like our CPU and a bunch of little components, so I don't want to heat the board up too much and have those fall off. Okay. So we are going to... I definitely want to see someone do this with the GBA. See, I'd definitely be willing to do something like this again for like a DS or a Game Boy Advance. If it was something a little more modern, I think I'd definitely want to do it again. I saw there was one Game Boy Advance project where it was similar to this with like a custom enclosure, and it was just kind of like a square, which was cool. I don't love the design, not for me, but I'm willing to consider doing something like that in the future for sure. I think the next project I might do a stream for is putting together a kawaii Yvettal Griffin's baby. I've got my case for that. I can show that off in a little bit. I think that would be a solid stream build. Because I don't know if I'd do a full YouTube video on it. I'd have to check with him. if he would be okay with that. But that might be a cool enough project for a YouTube video. It's a tiny, like, aluminum housed, like, Wii. What's up? It's LTO. When did you get into customizing? When I was in high school. I saw a GameCube portable when I was 15 and really wanted one, but they were super expensive for some reason. And so about a year later, that was when I really got into portabilizing and built my own, or tried to build my own portable Wii. It didn't turn out very good. Never actually ended up working, but I got close enough to having it working that I built another one that did work, and then I built a lot more of them after that. How am I gonna get this up? I don't really want to do like a giant solder blob. Like, I don't care if this tack switch survives. But I don't want to scuff up the board underneath. I have a 1990 Mazda MX-5 that has a screen on the head unit which pops out. Oh, it has all the hookups for a PS2. That is fancy. My family had a minivan when I was growing up, and it was a 2001 Toyota Sienna, and so it did not have a screen in it. But in like 2016, maybe 2017, one of my uncles, who's very handy with cars and whatnot, he installed a DVD player into the old Sienna, and that was fancy for road trips. We were living the good life then. I think for a while my parents like limited screen time when we were in the car, which, you know, it's good parent behavior, but I think they eventually decided that car trips are easier when everyone has screens to distract them. I really don't want to use hot air to try and get this up. I could put down Captain tape and just be really careful. I have a CD binder full of games for when I'm not driving. Nice. I think the DVD player in the car, I think we modded it to just have like a Roku on it. And so whatever was on that SD card was what we watched. Like, these tweezers are nice. Give me a crummy pair of tweezers. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go... No, it doesn't work. Okay, heat this up for a long time. Alright, I'm getting beaten by a tack switch. How sad. Can I just... Don't want to rip up the pad. Oh, I'm ripping up the pad. Alright, so that was not a winning strategy. We lost a pad. Which isn't the end of the world. As long as I don't lose any more. Okay. Sometimes I wonder if I got lead poisoning from soldering. Started when I was 13. I think in theory, like just from touching the leaded solder, it's not a huge deal as long as you're not putting it in your mouth. You're washing your hands after you use it, because the fumes don't have lead in them. They have like other nasty stuff like flux, but not lead. So we don't really touch lead's melting point when we're soldering. Okay, we did get the switch off. But we did lose a pad, which not ideal. Okay, let's look up the excess solder. Okay, what we should do actually, while I have this switch desoldered, we should connect it back up and see what happens. Because in theory, with no switch in place, it shouldn't be possible for the down button to be pressed. So we can test it really quick, and if the down button is no longer pressed, then that means the issue is somewhere else, and it's not the tack switch, and we can be certain of that. In theory, I could just test that after hooking up a new switch, but I'd rather just check it now, rather than go through all the effort of putting up a new switch and find out it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm gonna have to do that anyways, but I have a scar where a blob landed on my wrist. Ooh, ouch. I don't think I have any scars from soldering. I think I've managed to avoid that. Definitely touched the iron a couple times, but nothing devastating. Okay. Let's drop it back in. Oh, that screen had a touchscreen. Oh yeah, 1990, that's a little early for a touchscreen. But it is cool that somebody got fancy with it at some point. Okay. Board down. Did I test? Hang on. I'm trying to remember if I checked for continuity while I had this ribbon cable installed. Because if there is something wrong with the screen board, and I was only testing with it not connected. Nope. Okay, wasn't that. Drop it back in. Put these screws in for the 4th time today, maybe the 5th. Touching iron is a rite of passage. See, what's cold iron supposed to be strong against? Is it like werewolves or something? Is it steel? I'm not up to date on my mystic arts. But hot iron, that is tough for humans. We don't tank that very well. Where'd my little yellow screwdriver go? It's over here. Okay. Only scars I have are from where I missed a nail when I was making a birdhouse when I was 14. I think I might be scarless? Like, I guess, knock on wood. I don't think the wood on this desk is real, but it'll have to do. Like, when I was a kid, I fractured my arm on, like, one of those zip lines at the park where you hold it. It's made out of metal. I got pushed a little bit too hard, fell on my arm. But aside from that, relatively scar-free. But I have 3 younger brothers. I think they all might have a scar from something. Maybe not the youngest. I don't know if he's been hurt bad enough. Not my fault, of course. But one of my brothers has like a really like awesome scar on his arm from when he fell off a trampoline and he had a compound break where both bones broke and it was very nasty looking. But they healed up. He's okay now. But he had a really like very prominent scar for the first few years. Now it's mostly faded. Not nearly as cool looking, but silver is for werewolves. Okay, so not iron, it's silver. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Because the werewolf in Deadlock is named Silver. So there's probably meant to be some sort of irony there. What's the most modern console I've ever modded? I don't know if I've modded anything newer than the Wii. I installed a mod chip into a Switch Lite, I guess. But that wasn't anything crazy. Although I do have a project I'd like to do someday with a Switch Lite. So if I ever do that, then that'll definitely be the most modern console I've modded. Okay, let's chuck a cartridge in. Okay, let's see if the down button is still pressed. Played much Deadlock? We started playing it with my friends a few weeks ago. So it depends on how much is much. I think I've played like 40 or 50 hours. And it's the first MOBA I've ever played. So I'm definitely still learning. There's a lot going on in that game. But it's fun. I don't think I'd like to play it on my own very much. But when you're playing with a friend in lane and you can coordinate, that's a good time. Can you please make a PSP with a DS folding screen? I won't say never, but I will say I don't super see the point, considering there's only one screen. What would you put in that middle where the screen is? Let's see, the Berenstain Bears cartridge is being a little finicky. So we're swapping out for Rugrats. Okay, so if I press select, so the brightness thing still pops up. Which means something somewhere is not right. It's further than I ever got in fairness. Okay, so it is not the tack switch. That's the issue. It's something else. So is the down button bridged to something? Because I looked at the circuit board. I found all the points that the down button goes, and none of those are shorted to ground. They're all connected to each other like they should be. Because I don't think a short here, like if it was shorted here on the CPU to a neighboring pin, that would cause like some of the buttons to be pressed at the same time, which would be bad, but that wouldn't explain the behavior we're seeing. I know left and right work. I don't know if up works, because it does seem like down is constantly being pressed. Well, here, well, no, it doesn't matter. I was going to check again, but yeah, I'll just check it really quick. Really quick. It's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, so all of these have some resistance to ground, which is good. That's what we want. But it makes this very confusing. Ever watched Bringus Studios? I think you would like his vids. I haven't watched... Like, I know who he is. I've seen his channel pop up before. But I don't think I've ever watched his stuff. But I've heard good things. I know he's another modding / electronics-y channel. Which I probably should watch more of that stuff on YouTube, considering that's what I also do. Well, folks, we might be at the point where I have to call it and figure it out off stream. Because I really thought it would just be that tack switch. Either Deadlock or he's got an Oculus Rift CV1, so you've been playing games like Boneworks and Blade and Sorcery. I've got an original Oculus Quest. That's the only VR I've ever done. And I basically only used it for Beat Saber. Played a decent amount of Beat Saber on it, but I've never gotten super deep into VR stuff. There's the cat. Hey. Yeah, hello. She's still alive, still kicking. I'm surprised she hasn't yelled at all. Usually if I'm being chatty, she starts yelling at me. See ya, not the first. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna check one more thing. Yeah, it's not shorted there. Okay. Well, I am going to figure it out off stream. I'll post whatever the issue is once I figure it out. I'll post it in the BitBuilt server. I'll figure it out. I just feel like I'm just like so close. Could it be something? Like there's no way select is shorted to ground, right? Let's see which of these. No, that's not it. Beat Saber is fire, although everything, even though I don't get motion sick, VR is terrifying. Alrighty, well thank you everyone who watched. There will be another live stream. I have no clue when. I'm ordering parts for the Kawaii build. So that'll happen probably during the summer, if I had to guess. I need to trim a Wii Mini for that. I have to do an Omega trim for it. And so that'll take some setup. But I would like to get that built this summer. So I'll be back for that. Yes, this means end of stream, unfortunately. Couldn't figure it out. Oh, actually, one last thing. The build is finished once you put the sticker on it. And I do want to finish the build on stream. So here's a sticker. Is it going to get to focus? So we're going to apply this to the back. The build will be complete. And then I will, you know, do all the boring stuff off stream. But yeah, I post on my socials when I go live. So if you don't want to miss a stream, they don't happen very often. If you do want to miss a stream, then don't follow me. That should work out pretty well. There we go. Now I got a sticker on it. Look at it, all done. Alrighty, thank you all for watching. I will return someday. New video during the summer. Hopefully at least one stream during the summer. And maybe more than that. We'll see. See ya!